Please be seated. We're back on the record of case number 12 CF 1083A, State versus George Zimmerman. I believe the jurors are back there. They're on their way up.
Your Honor, B-72 is present.
Please be seated. Good afternoon. You are hereafter known only as B-72, juror B-72. And attorneys are going to have an opportunity to ask you some questions about the questionnaire that you filled out on Monday morning. Mr. De La Ronda, may start.
May it please the court?
Yes.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Bernie.
I'm sorry, Susan. Well, let me tell her that we've opened up court and we have called in juror B-72. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon again, sir. I'm going to be asking you questions limited to in terms of the publicity and also whatever else you're responding on the questionnaire. Okay? If I've got it right from the questionnaire, you don't really pay much attention or care for the news. Is that correct?
Not at all, no.
Okay. Why is it?
It seems like whenever I turn it on, you either heard about something sad or tragic. The last time I turned it on, tornadoes, shootings, it's stuff it drags me down, it's pessimistic, and I'd rather not get myself involved with that.
Okay. And so your contact or knowledge of this case is just basically when you briefly were surfing the TV stations and stuff, came across it periodically?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I remember the day when I first heard about it. I won't forget it. I came home from the gym and I was excited. I got a pull-up. I've been training for months. And I just wanted to relax, kick back. I turned on the TV and I forget the news station, but I heard the name Zimmerman. Okay, and at the time I didn't change the channel. About 4 or 5 channels later, again, I see it. Breaking news, Zimmerman, Traeger. And I was web surfing, I saw nothing, so I'm like, okay, I'll listen to it. And from what I got, I know this is going to sound bad, but I didn't care about it. It didn't involve me, it didn't involve anyone I know about, so I'm like, okay.
Do you recall if it was the same night that it happened or the following day? And we're going back to February 2012. It was around the time it happened?
Sounds right. I remember that I was still working at a small private school, so yeah, sounds right.
Okay. What do you remember first hearing about the case? What do you remember being said on the news about the case?
Mr. Zimmerman, he was, I guess you would call him a community patrol guard, and I forget they were apartments or like community homes. I don't remember what they were. Something Lakes. It's not coming to me. But I remember he was patrolling the area, and from what I gathered, he saw a suspicious figure. At the time, I didn't know that was Trayvon Martin. But next thing, you know, some altercation, something happened. I don't know what happened. And tragic that Trayvon Martin, he died. But the part that I don't understand is how did he die? I mean, some altercation happened. Did he pursue home? I don't know. Did Trayvon come after home? I don't know. I don't know the details. So I can't make a judgment call if you don't know the facts.
Sure. And again, we're not allowed to tell you what the facts are unless you got to wait, I should say, into your juror to hear the facts. My question is, what do you remember from the media, their aspect or their take on it? You remember what they said other than that?
They said
they have opinions sometimes.
Yeah, they said the same stuff in different ways. Zimmerman, he saw a suspicious figure, he pursued him, and then I heard that Trayvon Martin, he came after Zimmerman, and I remember Skittles. That's
okay.
Really, and then after that, I didn't pay much attention.
And after that, all you didn't pay much attention at all?
No,
Okay.
it's after a while, I just got sick of hearing it. I know it sounds cruel, but I don't want to hear about it anymore.
How about when you recently got a jury summons, did you think, oh, I might be on the jury?
When I got the jury summons, it's funny because I just got hired at Mary Prep. And I was like, oh no, this isn't going to sit well with my employer.
And let me just interrupt you if I could a second.
Yeah.
You've filled out the questionnaire, and some of this the court has determined is going to be confidential, so.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, it's not a problem. But anyways, I got the jury summons, and it didn't hit me at the time. Okay, I might be going to this, Mr. Zimmerman, I might be going to something else. And then I believe it was Monday when all the attorneys came in, Mr. Zimmerman came in, I'm like, I recognize that face. Where's Zimmerman? I was like, oh, okay, I'm going to probably have to sit through this.
Okay. So you didn't do any research once you found out that you were a potential juror, like to see what cases were going on, what case you may appear on?
No?
Okay. Do you interact at all in social media? Do you partake in social media like Facebook, other kind of stuff?
I have an old MySpace. I do have a Facebook. I'm on there every now and then for arm wrestling stuff.
Okay.
One on pull-up training,
Sure.
That's why I'm on there. And other than that, I don't have a large group of friends. I only have 2 or 3 close friends
Sure.
that I talk to.
My question is, when you open up your Facebook account to interact with people, do you see any news, or have you seen any news regarding George Zimmerman or this case?
No.
Okay. Have you looked at any websites dedicated to this case, either for George Zimmerman or for Trayvon Martin?
Nope.
Okay. How about national news? Did you listen to any national news regarding this case? Not at all. Fox, CNN. You mentioned CNN, I think.
CNN, yeah. It's because of my dad. He sees it every now and then, but I have a dark view about the media.
What is that? You just don't believe what they say, or you just? I know you mentioned in terms of pessimism, but
Yeah, I tend to be like one of those. I don't want to say conspiracy because people are like, ooh, conspirator. But I try to avoid the media.
on purpose.
Yeah, literally. I don't want to be brainwashed. That's how I see it.
Okay. Since you don't want to be impacted by the media, do you on your own try to look at sites that may be more, if there is such a thing, in terms of unbiased, more just straight facts?
No, most of what I got, the reason why I'm this way is because just family, friends, when I went to college.
Okay.
Very liberal professors there.
Okay. You didn't like him, I gather, from your reaction.
It's too far out there.
Okay.
So.
Okay. Now, have you discussed the case with family or friends?
No.
Nobody in your family's talked about the case, about their feelings about one?
I'm very private about my life. What I do is what I do, and I don't want other people getting involved at all.
Okay. I'm assuming by the answers you've given so far that's why you were able to unequivocally say that you can keep an open mind and have not formed an opinion in this case. Is
Right.
that accurate?
Yep.
Okay. Do you remember anything at all about the case, other than what you've told us already? Do you remember any photographs that you would have come across on the media or on the internet about the case?
Not that I can think of, no.
How about any kind of videos or commentary about the case? Okay. How about, do you, in terms of when you do turn on the TV, and not necessarily watch the news, but maybe it's ESPN or that, did you come across any commentary just briefly mentioning, they have alerts and all that kind of stuff?
Right. No, as of late, I've just been watching Netflix.
Okay. Have you heard of any commentary by lawyers or other people related to the case, or just national commentators about the case?
No.
You weren't curious at all about the case, even it happened in Seminole, you were not?
Mm.
Okay. Now, you mentioned family. How about friends? Have you talked to any friends about the case? Right?
Nope.
Has anybody expressed to you an opinion about the case?
Well, I've gotten friends who are like, yeah, he definitely did it. And I had, you know, I don't want to say who they were or whatnot. I had one. I won't forget it because he was like, oh no, if someone was in your territory, you know, naturally you would want to protect it. And very colorful guy, you know. But other than that, just those two people, they stand out. It's like you have one on the end of the spectrum, another on the other end. And then I'm like, yeah, I see where you're coming from, but I just don't care about it.
Okay.
That's what I told him.
So one person had, in terms of saying protecting territory, meaning like Zimmerman was protecting his territory?
Yeah,
or?
he was just guarding his turf. It's
And
like
what did you think of that?
Well, I mean, I can understand if I saw a person in my neighborhood, I didn't know who he was. I'll be naturally suspicious. I wouldn't go pursuing him though. You know,
Okay.
probably call the cops or something.
Sure. Okay, and how about the other, you said the other side was somebody, I guess, advocating Trayvon Martin's side, or?
Yeah, it's he was like, well, Trayvon Martin was just in the area. You know, he was like wearing a hoodie or something, and he was just walking through, and he didn't. Guess he was intimidated by his presence, so he pursued him.
All right. So you had both sides, I guess, telling you about it, and you said you didn't form an opinion as a result of that, or did you? That sway you one way or the other?
It's you can't make an opinion when you don't have the facts. I mean, it's that to me, they were both emotional, and I'm like a stoic guy. In my opinion, emotions are rather weak. You can't make decisions based on emotions. So you have one guy who's very aggressive, you know, he's upset, frustrated. And then you have another guy, he's laid back, he's like, yeah, he's just guarding the area. You know, so they were both emotional about it. So, and I don't tend to take people who are emotional seriously.
So in your opinion, in arriving at a decision, you would automatically disregard what people have told your opinions or what you limited knowledge of the news and rely on what actually happens in the courtroom?
Unless they're someone I look up to.
Okay. Is there anybody in that case that you would look up to that you would go for advice, or?
No.
You understand if you're picked as a juror, you can't go and consult the person you looked up to, whether it be, you know, a father figure or something like that. You couldn't go ask them their opinion. You
Right.
only have to
Yeah, I
rely on.
understand that.
Okay.
I've never been close with my father anyways, or
Sure, okay, or as other people that you
Yeah.
look up to. How about you're picked as a juror, you sit in the jury, one of those seats back there, and you start listening to the evidence, and then you seem to remember something a little different than what the witness is saying. Do you think you could leave that outside the courtroom?
yeah, I'd definitely be able to. It's funny you say that because not too long ago I got in a discussion with one of my friends, and we both went to elementary school together. And he was telling me about this one story, but I remembered it differently. You know, it's just when you think that far ago, your brain fuzzes things up, so it's not reliable.
Okay. And my question is, if you remember something that came out in the media, if it doesn't come out in the courtroom, that means that it wasn't evidence. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I say so.
Okay. Do you have any issues about that?
No.
Okay. Do you remember hearing anything about Trayvon Martin, other than you mentioned a hoodie? Do you remember anything more about Trayvon Martin?
He had Skittles.
Okay. Anything else besides that?
Mm.
How about George Zimmerman? Anything other than he was a neighborhood watchman or something? Anything else besides that? No pictures or anything like that you recall seeing? That's a no for the record, right? I see.
Right, yeah, that's a no.
Okay, all right. I gather in your questionnaire you mentioned you did not have any conflicts in terms of insurmountable hardship that you couldn't serve as a juror. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. You also mentioned one of the questions, and I don't know that we made privately, but let me see if I can ask you. The last question, you remember what it was, and I don't want to get into who it is.
Gotcha.
You mentioned that you have a relative,
Mm-hmm.
and that relative's occupation, you wanted to bring it to our attention, that is a state and defense, and obviously the judge. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And again, I'm on purpose not referring to who that is. Do you understand? Since we're referring to you as B72, I'm going to call that person a relative of yours.
Gotcha.
But you know who I'm talking about?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Do you think that relative's occupation in some way would interfere with you being able to serve as a juror?
Not at all. No, my relative, he's we'd never been close. Not that we hated each other, but emotionally distant, I guess you could say. And he's always been, just like me, very private. That runs in our family. We don't.
So you don't believe that that relative's occupation in any way would interfere with you being able to sit as a juror? Have you ever listened to his opinions at all about the law or about other stuff like that?
He doesn't talk about his work life one bit. So.
Okay. You put it here, and again, without referring to what it is, why did you feel it was important to put it here?
It's, I'd imagine when you have a jury duty, you would want the court and everyone involved would want to know, okay, given their occupation, is it
Right.
relevant? And I felt that it's important. You would want to, you want to make sure you have the best person for the job.
You wanted to alert to make sure everybody was aware of that.
Yeah, because it's down the road, if the media found out about it, they might blow it up, take it out of
Gotcha.
proportion, and
Okay.
it gets messy.
Yes, sir. No, and we appreciate you doing that. I'm trying to keep it as vague as I can on purpose.
You got it.
Okay.
Gotcha.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes, you do.
I have no further questions. Thank you,
Okay.
sir.
Just stay seated, Mr. West.
Afternoon.
Howdy.
My name is Don West. Myself and Mr. O'Mara represent George Zimmerman. You mentioned that you had recently started a job.
Mm-hmm.
How long have you worked at the place doing what you do that you indicated on the questionnaire?
Okay. Well, I started on the job as a new position. Before I worked as a program coordinator, and now I'm working as a maintenance technician. So, and when I got that maintenance technician, it's been 2 or 3 days that I've been working on it. And then of course my boss is like, oh, you got that. We have a lot of work to do, but.
Is that in a particular department?
Well,
What?
the maintenance technician is like facilities. So anything, I jack of all trades, if you will, if that's making sense.
Well, does it involve physically taking care of the property?
Yeah, it does.
Okay.
Yeah. Lights, walls, whatever they need, I do.
Gotcha. And when this happened in February of 2012, were you employed with the same at the same school?
No, it was another smaller private school, Center Academy.
Okay. And how long? Let me just tell you what I'm getting at. Were there any periods of time after this event in February of 2012 where you weren't employed and might have had a lot more time to pay attention to the news?
Yeah, my term ended with a Center Academy May 24th or 25th, I think it was, and then I was looking for a new job because it was a small school. So I was looking for a new job, and career builder, monster, something hired, job postings.
Mm-hmm.
And it's funny because at Seminole State at the time, one of my friends from the tutor center was like, hey, you know what, just, the word's not coming to me right now, but I was feeling like down. I was frustrated. I couldn't find a job, and I had bills to pay. So he's like, all right, check this, this, and this. I kept checking the websites, and then the one for Lake Mary opened up. And at the time, it said teacher. And I was like, okay, well, I don't have my bachelor's yet. But anyways, I applied for it, and then I get a call, maybe 2 weeks later. I was at the Walmart. I was shopping with my dad. And, I get the call, I take it. And next thing you know, I go for an interview, and I got it. So.
And that was in January of this year?
No. The summer of last year. So after February, it might have been June or July. I started August 9th because we had a luncheon at Lake Mary.
So you worked through the school year
Mm-hmm.
in 2012,
Right.
and then you didn't have that job anymore.
I'm going to object as to relevance at this time regarding publicity.
Okay, let's get this geared back into the publicity part of it.
Sure.
Thank you.
You left this position that you held in February of 2012 in late May.
Yes.
Okay. And then you were unemployed until August?
Until, yeah, August. I started
And-
August 9th.
And did you work days? My question's pretty simple. Were there periods of time where you had a lot more opportunity to watch the news or read about things happening?
More free time, yeah.
Okay. And what period was that?
What do you mean by what period?
What period of time between February of 2012 and today?
I still don't understand what you're asking.
Okay. What I was trying to get at was, I'll ask it this way. When you were unemployed, did you pay any more attention to the news than you do generally when you are working?
No, gym. I do a lot of training for powerlifting and arm wrestling competitions. So when I'm not at the gym, I'm walking my dog or spending time with my mom.
When you do watch TV and get news on TV, that's from Channel 13?
Yeah, that's the only one I really watch, just for the weather forecast. They're usually news, weather, news, weather.
You had mentioned that your idea of what the case is about is that Mr. Zimmerman was a community patrol guard and that he was patrolling the area. What makes you think that from what you heard?
From what I remembered, when I turned it on, remember News 13, I just heard the name, I changed it. I think it was at CNN 2425. I remember it being CNN. They said he was like a community patrol guard. He was just patrolling the area, and he saw a suspicious figure. And then,
Are you saying that the information that led you to believe that Mr. Zimmerman was a patrol guard who was patrolling the area came from CNN?
yeah,
And when do you think that would have been in time?
early March of last year? Sounds right.
Early March of 2012?
I'd say so, yeah.
Okay. And when about was it that you said you got sick of hearing about this case and basically tuned it out?
Man, about 3 days later, because I was turning on Zimmerman, Travion, Skittles. It felt like I was just getting the same information. It's just they were telling it in different ways. And I was like, okay, well, this isn't interesting to me. I don't find this news. And this is my pessimistic point of view. It's like they're shootings every day. I don't see what the big deal is about the case. So I just, at the time, I only gave it 1 or 2 thoughts, and I just moved on.
Okay. During that time frame that you were paying a little more attention to it, were you aware of any sort of public demonstrations or protests?
Objection is interjecting facts as opposed to asking the witness what
Okay.
he remembers.
Sustained.
Your Honor, I've not indicated in any way who or what cause.
We don't even know if he is aware of any other events occurring
Yes,
at all.
that's-
And you suggested to him that something had occurred, and that is what the objection is to the suggestion, instead of asking him what does he remember occurring. And that's what I sustained.
That's the predicate of every question that I have, is whether the prospective juror is aware from his exposure to the media if certain events took place or facts concerning the case.
Since it hadn't been objected to before, I hadn't had to make a ruling.
Mhm.
It's now objected to, and I'm making a ruling. Thank you.
Did you read anything or hear anything on TV about any demonstrations or protests?
You can ask him what he has heard or read or what he knows.
Have you heard or read anything related to demonstrations or protests?
Do I still answer? I don't do much reading. I really don't. As far as demonstrations, like protests, I mean, I'm not sure where you're getting at. I don't remember. I'm telling you what I remember. Zimmerman was a patrol guard. Something Lakes. I forget what the name is, but now it's gonna bother me. Something Lakes. He saw a suspicious figure, and I don't know what happened. There was an altercation. That's all I know. I remember hearing there was an altercation, And unfortunately, Trayvon Martin, it's sad that that went down like that, but that's all I know. I don't remember there being demonstrations of any sort.
Do you remember hearing anything about this case in the news that suggested there may be racially?
You know, if you understand objection, I would object to.
Council approach, please.
Gotcha.
Maybe I should be more precise in my question. Are you saying that you only heard or something about this case that one time when you were channel surfing and you heard it several times in the same hour?
Yeah, same hour and next same stuff. So
I know you said it seemed to be the same thing over and over again. Are you saying that all of that happened on one day or over a period of time?
no, over a period of time.
From at or about the time it first hit the news until about when were you aware of what was going on?
When I first heard about it, I did the 1 hour pull up. Okay, then I heard what I heard, turned it off. Next day, went to gym, did my thing, and went to work. Came back home, channel surfing, same thing. So afterwards, I was like, okay, this is gonna be going on for a while. I don't want to deal with it, so just turn off the TV.
All right, and then after that, now we're talking within the first 2 or 3 weeks after this happened?
Yeah, first 2 or 3 weeks. Oh man, it's gym competitions. I didn't watch any TV whatsoever. Actually, like none.
Okay, just help me understand the time frame better.
Okay,
You,
so early March, I don't know, the first week of March is when I first heard about it. The time I got the 1 hour pull up, and then about 3 days afterwards, tops. Okay, I stopped watching TV. So if I had to give you a date, maybe March 8th, 9th. Yeah, it's about the latest. And then afterwards, I just went out in my life. I didn't care to hear any more about it or to see any TV. I was busy before gym, my competitions. So
okay. Are you saying that after March 8th, first couple of weeks in March, that you haven't heard or read anything about the case?
definitely not reading. No, I don't do any reading whatsoever. No newspapers or any books, anything like that. And then maybe about a month after is when I had the 2 friends who were like, hey, you know, how do you feel about this? I'm like, oh, whatever, I don't care. So, and then that must happen April, like April 2nd, April 3rd. So,
Okay. So the 2 friends you were talking about, this was 3 people in a discussion about the
no,
case?
it's, I'll be more clear with that. I won't give his name, but we always hang out. We go to Steak and Shake a lot. It's like girl time, and we're just talking guy stuff, girls and whatever. And then he brings it up. I don't remember the lead way into it, but he was very passionate about it. You know, he was upset or whatever.
And what was he passionate about specifically?
Oh, about how Zimmerman and Travion, Zimmerman was in the wrong for doing that, and Travion was innocent. Okay, he was passionate. He felt like, you know, poor kid. And then
And what did he tell you that you heard that he thought Zimmerman had done that made him responsible for what happened?
oh, he thought Zimmerman just straight up shot him.
Walked up to him and shot him?
No, he just said he shot him. He didn't say, oh, he walked up to him and shot him. He just said he shot the poor kid.
Okay. Did he describe for you any of the circumstances that he was taking into account when he thought that Mr. Zimmerman was guilty?
No, he's a very blunt guy. He say what's on his mind. So he was like, yeah, Zimmerman just shot the kid. And then I was like,
Okay. What did you think about that?
I was sitting in my shake. I didn't care about what he was talking about. So
Did you believe him?
no.
Is this a guy whose opinion you value?
No, I mean, like I said, he's a close friend of mine. He's like a bro. But he's the last person I go to for advice. Or I wouldn't, no.
All right, so you don't really take what he says seriously, no matter what his opinion is?
There you go, right.
You just write that one off. Okay. How about the other guy that was there?
I don't remember where we were hanging out, but he wasn't there with us. It was just my friend and I, my friend who was the passionate one about, okay, Trevion and Zimmerman was wrong, the passionate one. The other one laid back. I'm trying to remember if where we were at the time. I'm not sure, but the other one, he's someone whose opinion that I will bother you more because we went to school together and he helped me become a math tutor and whatnot. So, but he was like more laid back about it. He was like, okay, you're just patrolling your area, you know, someone you see suspicious and a place you normally don't see the person, naturally you'd be aroused with your suspicions, okay? And he was very laid back in describing it.
Did he talk with you about what he thinks happened that led up to Trayvon Martin being shot?
No, he's just like, okay, well, he just 100% believed that, all right, Zimmerman was right.
By right, meaning in self-defense or some right in some other way?
I don't know what he's. I don't want to say by self-defense because again, there was an altercation. I don't know what happened. There was something happened that led Zimmerman to do that trivia on Martin. I don't know what happened. He didn't go into detail either. He was just like, yeah, you know, he's watching this area, and I think he took it in the way like it's almost like in your yard, and they're in your property. So you have like the right to. I don't want to say shoot, but you have the right to like get off my property, you know?
Mm-hmm. Did you hear any information in this case about how this event started? The altercation you talked about. Any more information about
No,
what the
it's just, I kept hearing that word thrown wrong. Altercation, altercation, altercation. And that's where I remember and that's the way I still see it. It's, something happened, okay, from when he saw Trevion to when, you know, Trevion, he passed away. Something happened in there, and
Is there anything based upon what you know of the case from the limited media or conversations with friends that you think George Zimmerman did wrong?
I don't know what, I won't be able to give you a clear answer. I mean, I don't know.
I'm not asking for your opinion on the facts of the case because obviously you couldn't have the facts for that kind of decision without being on the jury. What I want to know though is what you believe based upon what you've heard outside this courtroom.
I don't have any opinion about that. Something happened. Okay, well, what happened? Because I haven't made a decision if that's what you're asking.
Right. Are you leaning one way or another as to whether this was self-defense or not?
Oh.
You think it could be self-defense?
Action, Your Honor, improper.
Sustained. You're asking a potential juror to comment on the issues in the case. That's not appropriate.
That's only based upon what he knows.
Sustained.
Have you decided in any way that it wasn't self-defense?
Same objection, Your Honor. Improper.
Sustained.
We have a moment.
Yes, you may.
Anything else that you remember about the facts of the case from the media that you haven't specifically said here today?
No, everything I told you is what I remember. Yeah.
One brief area. I know you have worked at schools over the last year or so. Have there been any events at the schools where you've worked in connection with this case that you've been a part of?
No.
Have you had any conversations with students about this case?
No, the students, they were always talking about, they were teenagers. They were talking about girls, you know, parties, that sort of thing. Nothing ever came up about Zimmerman or, I mean, I don't think they would care to listen to that kind of stuff. So remember hearing anything. No.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Phil. Just remain seated for just a moment, and council, when you're ready, please approach. Okay, thank you. We'll go ahead and bring in the next juror.
E22, Your Honor.
Please be seated. And you are going to be referred to from here on out as juror E22. And the attorneys are going to have an opportunity to ask you questions about the questionnaire that you filled out Monday morning. And we're going to begin with Mr. De La Ronda. You may proceed.
Good afternoon, juror number E22.
Thank you.
You've written down here on the questionnaire what you recall in terms of the evidence that you heard about in this case, is that correct?
Correct.
And you've got on here that the source was the newspapers and TV?
Correct.
What newspaper, excuse me, I don't know if you meant plural or
Well,
singular.
it's primarily the Orlando Sentinel.
Okay. And your TV sources were that local or national?
Primarily local.
Do you recall what station?
The big three.
Okay.
Yeah.
Kind of whichever one what you were looking
Yeah,
at?
wherever.
Okay. And not the national one?
Well, I'm sure I heard some, but
Sure.
it was not on a daily basis.
When you first heard about it, was it at the beginning, and when I say the beginning, back in February of 2012?
That is when I first heard of it, yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
Did you keep up with it, or did you periodically check up on the story? Or?
It was not a daily, it was checking in maybe 3 or 4 times a week to see, okay, but it came on as part of the news that I was watching, so.
You're just a routine news watcher, and when they came up, you would see it
I
at
would
that
listen.
time?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you do any particular research to try to find out more information on the internet or anything like that?
No, I did not.
You don't partake in Facebook and all of that stuff?
I do not.
Okay. So you're limited, your knowledge was limited to just what you saw on TV and then what you read in the newspaper?
That is correct.
Okay. Would you agree that the newspaper and TV sometimes does not get everything right in terms of what they broadcast?
I would agree.
Okay. And the question is, can you agree that whatever you saw on TV or read in the newspaper, you can set aside and leave it outside the courtroom?
I think so, I would agree.
Okay. Do you understand the law requires for people to make a decision only on the facts that come out in the trial itself?
I understand that.
Do you have any issue about that? Do you have any doubt in your mind that you can do that?
No, I think I can do that.
Okay. What you've also got here is that heard of the shooting of T. Martin by G. Zimmerman, and that T. Martin was unarmed, black and young, and that G. Zimmerman had a gun, is white and Hispanic. Or white/Hispanic, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do you remember any details about what happened, or what the media said happened? Do you remember any details about what they said happened?
Oh, yes. Mhm.
Okay. Anything come to mind right now in terms of what the media said happened, in terms of how this started or anything like that?
Well, that one individual, George Zimmerman, was following Trayvon Martin,
Okay.
and that's how it basically seemed to have started.
All right, okay. Now, did you watch any of the proceedings in court? You know, that was broadcast periodically. Sometimes it was, sometimes it wasn't, in terms of what occurred in court.
Periodically, I would have seen something if it was on the news and I happened to be watching.
Do you remember anything about any of the court proceedings at all?
Nothing specific that I can.
Okay. Nothing
yeah.
just comes to mind?
Yeah. Mhm.
Okay. Do you remember in your watching of the case on TV or reading about it in the newspaper, you remember seeing any pictures about anything related to the case?
Yeah, saw
What
pictures.
pictures do you remember that come to mind right now?
Well, saw pictures of Trayvon Martin, various ones, and pictures of George Zimmerman. Yeah.
Okay.
The attorneys.
The attorneys?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you listen to any commentators talking about the case, both locally and nationally?
Yeah, as they were, some of them doing their news stories, yes, they would have other people who were,
Right.
I guess, experts,
Right.
offering opinions.
Okay. Do you necessarily take what those so-called expert, I'm using the word, do you take that at face value as they're telling you that you have to believe everything they say?
That's their opinion, no, it's,
So you would agree that those are opinions that you can disregard, and more specifically at a trial, you have to disregard? Do you have any question about that?
no, I don't.
Do you recall any other events or actions related to the case that come to mind at this time, other than what you've told us so far?
Well, I remember the marches that were part initially of the coverage on the news. Yeah.
Did that have an impact on your opinion one way or the other? And I know I should state you have no opinion, but
Yeah.
how did you feel about the marches that
Well,
took place?
it was clearly a volatile issue, and, you know, that's what was riveting.
Okay. I'm assuming you did not participate in any of those marches?
I did not.
Okay. Aside from the media, both locally and nationally, and newspaper, I should say media, TV, and newspaper, have you talked to people, friends or family, about the case?
Yes.
Okay. Have those individuals expressed their opinions about the case?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you express opinions about the case yourself in talking to those individuals?
Yes. I
And
did
do you
once.
recall what your opinions were about when you were discussing it with those individuals?
Yeah, one of the opinions that I expressed was that I did feel that initially the police should have been a bit more proactive in their interaction.
Okay. Anything else that comes to mind?
No.
And by when you say the police should have been more active in terms of a full investigation, or what I
A
shouldn't
full
have asked you that.
investigation is what my opinion was, yeah.
Would what you heard from relatives or friends sway you in any way in arriving at a decision in this case?
No, it was up for
Okay.
debate, and that's
All right.
it.
It was a debate between you or other people,
Yeah, we were expressing our opinions to each other. Yeah.
and that opinion you expressed about the police investigation, what they did, would that sway you in any way? And my point is, can you agree to rely on the facts that actually come into this courtroom?
Yeah, I can agree to rely on the facts as heard here.
Okay. In other words, you don't have a secret agenda here. Let me get on the jury and I'm going to vote a certain way, but I'm going to answer things now so I'll get on the jury.
No, I don't have a secret agenda.
Okay. Any other place that you can recall, or any other triggering events that you would have had discussions with other people? You mentioned family and friends and the media. Any other sources that you obtained information about the case that you can think of? I may have covered everybody: family, friends, and
Yeah,
media.
that's, yeah.
Okay, all right. And I gather in answering completely or responding to the questionnaire, you realize in terms of conflicts that you have to be setting aside some time. The judge hasn't decided whether a jury will be sequestered or not. You can abide by that. Is that correct?
Correct, I can.
Okay. That we have a withdrawal. Just a few follow-up questions. You mentioned at one point you expressed an opinion that police should have been more proactive. Is that correct? Regarding that, can you set that aside, your feelings at that time about that?
Yes, I can.
Okay. In other words, that cannot interfere in any way in your decision. Do you understand that?
I understand
Do you
that.
have any question about being able to set that aside?
No.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. I have no further questions.
Afternoon, ma'am. How are you?
Fine, thank you. How are you?
Good, doing well. The process that we're doing today is just to find out more information that you know about the case before you get here. Because obviously there's a huge difference between what you've heard outside and what's going to be what we call relevant or admissible evidence here. So we want to sort of see what it is you know about. So my questions are going to be with that sort of as a filter. So as I go through this, if anything that I say or anything that Mr. Del Rionda said brings up more information to discuss, please let me know so we can go over it. How long have you lived in the Seminole County area?
12 years, I think. Yeah.
And you get most of your news is from just I think you said the big three, the local 3 stations?
Correct.
Is that the local 3 stations or the national 3 stations that are seen locally?
Well, the local ones, and I do watch them afterwards to cycle into,
Okay.
if I'm not doing something else, yeah, it'll cycle over to the national news, yeah, on that station.
So you might be watching the NBC local, it rolls over to the NBC nightly news,
Correct.
and you'll get some information from there as well?
Correct.
And also from the Orlando Sentinel?
Correct.
Do you subscribe to that?
I do subscribe to the Sentinel.
And have, at least since this event, which is back in February 2012,
Yes.
so, and read it most days?
Most days, yeah.
They, the Orlando Sentinel has covered this case fairly extensively. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I would.
Okay. And I think that you said 3 or 4 times a week you sort of hear or read something about this. Would that include the Orlando Sentinel?
Yes.
In any of the stations that you have watched, both the big 3, local or national, or the Orlando Sentinel, would you acknowledge that they have different perspectives on what they report?
I would agree with that, yes.
Do you ever watch other stations like Fox or CNN or MSNBC?
I do occasionally watch CNN. Not that often, but I do watch it, yeah.
Okay. Did you notice any particular way that the Orlando Sentinel was reporting the case?
No, I won't say that they had a particular way of reporting it.
Or a slant to their reporting, particularly to this case?
No, I can't say that I have found them to have a particular slang.
Did you notice any perspective that was given by the media in general during the first couple of weeks after Trayvon Martin's passing?
During the first couple of weeks, there did seem to be an indication that this was an unarmed youth that was killed by someone who was following him for not good reasons.
Okay. Did you notice whether or not that fact scenario was what was fueling some of the media coverage of this?
I think so, yeah.
You had mentioned in your answers to your questionnaires a couple of things. Well, in your questionnaire, you noted that Trayvon Martin was black and George Zimmerman was white or Hispanic. Did you notice whether or not the media was focusing on those differences as part of their coverage?
Well, initially, yes. I mean, he was described as a white male, and Trayvon is a black youth male. And after some, I don't know what, but eventually it seemed to migrate over to this broader description, and they explained as much as they could why they broadened the description, reflecting on his family. I said, okay, well, that seems to fill in the picture a little better.
I understand, it's a great insight, but can you explain to me what you mean a little bit more by that?
His parentage, so that he had a father who I think is white and a mother who is not. So that would be the Hispanic or Latino portion of his heritage.
And you're speaking, of course, of Mr. Zimmerman
Yes,
and how
correct.
they broadened out his cultural background from white to whatever else you just described.
Correct.
And you also mentioned that, and that you saw that change through your watching the media coverage of
Yeah,
it?
watching and reading.
Yeah. You also mentioned that there was a concern that you noticed with how Sanford police handled that matter.
Correct.
What did you notice as the concern?
Well, the concern was that the event occurred, and it seemed to me at the time that a presumption was made, whereas instead of taking George Zimmerman in and asking him additional questions at the station and booking him, that did not occur. At least from what I heard and read, it seemed like there was a lapse there. Something should have happened that didn't happen as a consequence of the initial act.
And did you note the media to have covered that in a way that suggested to you that it was because Trayvon was black and George was white, as it was first reported, that impacted on the decision not to arrest him?
Well, some certainly did suggest that was the case, yeah.
And did you get the feel from your review or reading of the media that that was the presentation that was being made?
Well, that was the suggestion that they were kind of leading the reader down the road to. That was my impression.
Okay. Tell me then, with that initial view of the outcropping of what happened that night, how you felt about that.
In reading what their take on it was.
And reading on the take being that George Zimmerman wasn't arrested because he was white and Trayvon Martin was black.
Well, my reading on it was, well, we need some more investigation here, and part of that, I think, should have been that they should have kept this man and looked at the whole expanse of what happened, instead of perhaps coming to a conclusion before they knew more of what had happened.
The conclusion being to not arrest him.
Correct. Mm-hmm.
As you continued then to notice this being played out in the media during the times that you would review either the Orlando Sentinel, the locals, or the National, did you see, in your mind, was the media, or to what extent was the media continuing that perspective? And if it changed, when you noticed a change? And that's a really, you understand what I'm asking?
Specific to the white and black dynamic. The only time it seemed to change was when they broadened the heritage picture of George Zimmerman. That's when it shifted slightly.
Did you see any change in the media regarding Sanford Police Department's handling of it? Did you note any of that?
I can't say I noted. They kind of stopped talking about it to some extent. Yeah, but I can't see that anything changed in how that was being reported, but they just didn't talk about that part of it as much any longer.
Having now viewed it over the, let's say, almost 16 months since the event, how have you noted that the media has changed, if they've changed, with their coverage of this event?
I think that it's a more tempered approach now. It's not as inflamed, but kind of like they're standing waiting for some inflammation to occur, but I think now it's not as inflamed. That's my perception of it, and it may be because time has passed, I don't know.
Sure. And again, all of this, I'm trying to get a good feel for your perspective and how it came, or how you came to that perspective from the media. So, we talked a little bit about the Orlando Sentinel and your perspective on them, not to drill through too much deeper to all of the other local stations and the national, but with what the conversation we just had about the media, is that sort of the generic change that you noticed, or across all the medias that you had an opportunity to look at? Or was it one that sticks out as being different, or is there?
No, I think I would paint it as generic.
Okay. Not to steal a word, I don't even know which channel it is, not to steal a catchphrase from them, but is what you're saying that at least over the year and a half of this that it's become more balanced or more,
Yeah, I think I use the word tempered, but yes, I would
Tempered.
say I think it is a bit more balanced now, and I think part of it is maybe because some time has passed.
in addition then to the local national media and Orlando Sentinel, Mr. Del Rionda asked you about other inputs that you have either to you and then back out from you as far as opinions. The question that you answered in the jury questionnaire is what we call sort of an ultimate opinion question. That is, have you formed an opinion as to the defendant's guilt or innocence? And that's sort of the ultimate question in all this. But my question of you, and I think you answered it to a certain extent to Mr. De La Rionda, is other opinions, maybe not an opinion of that ultimate issue, but just other opinions that you formed about this case. So I want to ask a few more things about that, okay? In talking to your family members, can you tell me just a bit more, when you say they express their opinions and you would express more, tell me a bit more about that.
Well, it's not primarily family members, it'd be friends.
Okay.
During the times when there were demonstrations early on, after the event occurred, that was a time when, because the event was so widely covered by the media, that it was an opportunity for a lot of interaction to occur between friends and whomever else. And so, yeah, there was discussion between friends, myself and others, regarding what had happened, what we thought had happened, what we had read had happened. And it was basically a sharing, to some extent, of information. Well, I heard that, and then, well, that other group said this, and, But I think at the heart of it, we all realize it's early on. We don't know what happened. Something happened, but, and everyone is getting information from somewhere, but it was untested information.
And the protest that you speak of, you're talking about some of the demonstrations in Sanford.
Correct.
They happened, was it your perspective that they happened early on in this overall process of 16 months?
Yes.
Do you think, and again, not to put words in your mouth, was that happening at a time before the media became, your words, more tempered about what was happening and not happening?
Oh yeah, at the time the media was not, in my opinion, not as tempered during the demonstrating phase.
Did it then seem to you and your friends that the matter was more opposed to George Zimmerman and favorable to Trayvon Martin as the media was covering it?
Coupled with those demonstrations, I would say yes.
Sure.
Yeah.
How did that media influence, and I'm going to call it media bias, just for the purpose of this question or two, how did that media bias affect the opinions of your friends and your opinion when you were having these discussions about your opinions about the matter?
Well, one of the things that came up was that looking at other events that had happened in our lives, kind of tempering it with, let's not jump the gun. And that phrase came up quite a few times because, if you live long enough, you know that whatever happens initially, what comes out of it, it's going to take a little bit more exploration to see what the whole thing, whatever the thing is, was about, what all the parts of that puzzle are. And so while you might have an opinion in the beginning, it's probably not the one you're going to have at the end because you have more information to base it on. So while we debated, if you want to call it that, or just shared information, I think we were all steady enough to realize that more is going to come out of this.
If I asked you, those people who you've had these discussions with, and again, I guess we'll say it primarily to the time early on, when you were talking about the discussions you had with friends, what percentage of those conversations and opinions sort of followed the media bias, in effect, were more favorable to the perspective that George Zimmerman had done something wrong or that Trayvon Martin had not? If I ask you for a percentage of those conversations or opinions.
I can say the majority,
Okay.
yeah, but, yeah. Mhm.
Okay. And back then, how did the media, and again, I'm using bias just to focus on the conversation. I don't want to just hammer it as them being completely biased, but how did that media bias affect your opinion?
I noticed it. I was not ignorant of it, but I also realized that there's going to be more, But the initial feeling I had was that the police should have been more interactive. They should have been more proactive in dealing with the situation early on.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Did any of that spill over onto your opinion of Mr. Zimmerman?
No, because at that point it was in the hands of the police.
Right.
Yeah.
It was mainly a focus on SPD's actions or inactions.
Correct. Mm-hmm.
I began this by saying that the primary purpose of this inquiry is to be certain that you can both identify the difference, sounds simplistic to say it that way, but identify the difference between what you've heard before the trial and what you've heard during the trial.
Understood.
More importantly is to make sure that what you've heard before the trial, that we're not going to try and wipe your memory clean, is just not going to impact your opinions or your decisions in the courtroom. So in that context, if the majority of your friends had the opinion back then or still have it now, based upon the media perspective or whatever, of a certain view, and the evidence suggested a different view, how would you handle that?
Well, I'd have to go with what the evidence suggests.
Any concern, were that to be your decision, of defending that position to the friends who seemingly may have a differing view?
Well, I don't see that I would have to defend it. I mean, you offer it, and it's on the table.
Maybe it's because I'm married, I tend to have to defend my positions no matter what they are, so I just thought maybe you would have an opportunity then to have to say to somebody, yes, I voted this way, and then you'll say, well, why? And then I'm just curious whether or not, based upon those predispositions that those friends may have, that you'd be able to, or that you'd feel comfortable in a position of having to explain your decision.
Well, yeah, if I were free to do so, yes, I would be able to explain. I mean, to get to a decision, I would have to use reason, and so, I would have a construct to say, I got here by this information, by this path.
Okay. Based, at least in part, on what I'm terming media bias, and obviously because of why we're here today, dealing with pretrial publicity, do you carry any concerns with you of being able to sit as a juror in the case because of any potential aftermath of anything regarding your verdict in this case?
Well, I don't have any specific fears, but, I would hope generally that people would be respectful and non-violent, but I don't have any specific fears for my own safety, no.
You had mentioned that it was, I don't know if it came specifically from the media or if it was just an opinion of yours, that I think your words were that this event is quite a volatile issue.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me what you mean by that and where that came from.
Did I answer that in reference to the demonstrations, or?
I thought you had, yes, ma'am.
Okay. The fact that people were demonstrating indicated a level of emotion that was heated, and that it can easily sway other people to also become as agitated, as heated, as concerned, or as proactive as those folks who were out there demonstrating. That makes it volatile because others can easily take the sentiment that was being expressed and use it in very negative ways.
Has your opinion, since your first view of the case, tempered along with the tempering that you've noticed in the media? Or tell me how your opinion has either cemented or modified since your first perspective on it.
That first thread that I had, I still hold, and that is that the police should have behaved, they should have done more than they did initially, and I still hold that.
Any, has there been any, or did you have an opinion of Mrs. Zimmerman that was less balanced than it is today?
No, it is as balanced as it was. I really don't know anything more that I've heard in the media about George Zimmerman other than his ethnicity. Yeah, that's the only thing I can recall that has been added to that picture.
Okay. Are you aware from the media coverage whether or not that issue of the differing ethnicities has been drilled into by the media or any other information about this case?
Well, I mean, it seemed to have been presented with some fanfare, like, oh, we now know this, and this is a big thing, and let us, but I think that might have been part and parcel of, that was the news item for the day, and so, it got a lot more attention.
Can you tell me about some of those issues that sort of hit some fanfare along the way? Or just pieces of evidence or whatever it might be?
Well, I remember the debate or the discussions that ensued when the differing pictures of Trayvon Martin were shown. And, and I thought, well, okay, one camp had one picture and it seemed like another camp, and I'm being loose with my word here, had another picture. They had differing pictures of George Zimmerman. And one was a previous picture where he was a much larger person, and then he was a much more svelte kind of sized person. But again, those things got, I think, an inordinate amount of attention. And I understand why, but it just seemed it was a bit much.
Okay. Any other items like that? We've talked about differing pictures. I won't go into them. They were just certain pictures of Trayvon Martin, let's say, sort of along a different spectrum, both age and maybe attitude. And the same thing with Mr. Zimmerman?
Correct.
Okay. Any other specific things that sort of raised to the, above the waves a little bit that caught your attention?
Yeah, when they played in the media, when it was shared the call, the information, I think the person who called 911 and the person in the neighborhood, and playing some of that conversation with the dispatcher.
Okay. Did you have a chance to listen to that
Yes.
when it was played? Did that cause any reaction in you?
Well, it was just shock that this person I think it was a woman in her home, went through this, that she heard someone get killed, she heard a gunshot, and that's gotta be.
And that was a gunshot that you can actually hear yourself when you listen to the tape?
Yeah.
And if I asked you, I won't ask you for 3 more things, so we'll say that you've already answered 2. About one more thing that sort of sticks out, that's something that you noted or noticed about this case that caught your attention. So we've now talked about the varying pictures. Was there more than one tape that you listened to or heard in the media?
There might have been, but the one that sticks out is this woman who called 911.
We are hesitant to prompt you with specific pieces of evidence. No. You're doing fine. I'm just telling you that I need to be cautious. We hesitate to prompt you with particular pieces of evidence, but can you think of any other tape or information, audio information that you remember about this case?
There was information regarding a conversation that Trayvon Martin was supposed to have had with, I think, his girlfriend.
Okay.
And there was, I don't know what was said during that one, but that was something that also spiked interest, I think.
Okay. Anything specific that you can recall of that conversation to the extent that you're aware of it?
Well, he seemed to be speaking with her right up until the point of the actual encounter.
Okay.
And so that was interesting.
Okay. And there have been a lot of coverage, there has been a lot of coverage of this case, both in the media we've talked about and also on TV for not just particular to the case, but to the actual proceedings here. Have you taken any time to watch any of those proceedings?
No.
There has been some recent proceedings regarding what we just talked about, the 911 call. Are you at all familiar with that issue that's being addressed right now regarding that call?
No.
Okay. I'm almost done, but before I finish, I'm going to ask if my conversation with you here, just for the past few moments, has raised any questions that you have or brought back to mind another memory of something that we can discuss here. Because again, much rather talk about it now and get it on the table so that they know it's not going to be troublesome later. Anything else that you can think of that we haven't talked about?
Not that I can think of.
We just have 1 minute then, okay, to correct that. First question I told you was just making sure that you can be addressed with only what's in the courtroom here today. And it's a question I've asked of a few jurors. First of all, you agree that you should only listen and decide upon what the judge tells you you should, correct? She's going to give you what we call jury instructions and advise you what you should be listening or how to apply what you've listened to the law. If some other issue comes up for you, or even the ones that we've talked about, if you walk into that jury room with some of the thread that you talked about, that SPD, probably should have handled this thing differently. But nothing comes up in the courtroom about that. So it's an issue for you, but for whatever reasons that the court and we decide on, it's not an issue that we put before you. Any concern that you would have with leaving an issue like that outside the courtroom and not letting it impact on how you view the case?
I would be okay leaving it outside
Okay.
and not having it impact the case.
Okay. And what about if another juror had a similar concern, where they even brought up in the very jury room that you would be in and said, You know, I don't know exactly what happened with this, but what I do know is that SPD, they, and then just said whatever they said. How would you handle that juror in light of an instruction a judge might give you that you're only supposed to decide the case on what comes from the witness box?
Well, but that's just it, you know. We're only supposed to decide based on what we have heard in that room. And so that would not be part of the decision-making process.
Thanks very much for the time. I appreciate it. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Please stay seated for just a moment, and counsel, when you're ready, approach the bench. Bobby? Deputy Jarvis will bring you to where you need to go next, and Deputy, if you'll please bring in the next juror. Thank you.
Your Honor, B as in Bravo, 87.
Please be seated. Good afternoon. You're hereby referred to as juror B87, and the attorneys are going to have an opportunity to ask you some questions about the questionnaire that you filled out on Monday morning. We're going to start with Mr. De La Ronda.
Good afternoon, sir. We've had an opportunity to read the questionnaire that you filled out on Monday.
Okay.
And so I want to follow up with some questions regarding the media that you were exposed to, and tell us a little bit about that if we could. So this part of the question is just limited to that. You've got on here that you heard about the struggle between George Zimmerman and Trayvon Martin that resulted in Trayvon Martin getting shot and killed. Okay. Your source of that, was that from local news or national news, or both?
Pretty much all local news.
Okay. And local news, TV or newspaper, or both of them?
Both.
Okay. Do you recall what stations, in terms of local stations, you would have listened to and seen some stories about this case?
2, 6, 9, 18, 35, 65.
Okay, so you cover all of them, whatever you have.
Those are the channels we watch.
Sure. And the newspaper, would that have been the Orlando Sentinel?
Correct.
Okay. Your gathering of information on this case, what is it, at the beginning stages and throughout? In other words, this happened back in February of last year. Would that have come to your mind or to your attention at that time?
Pretty much throughout, because it's pretty much on all,
Sure.
Seems like it's covered like every other day or at least
Yes, sir.
once a week.
Okay. And my question is, was your focus or your attention on it at the very beginning more, and then as time progressed less, or did you follow it throughout?
Probably less going through,
And I apologize, I've already asked you this, but in TV purposes, did you also watch it on national news too?
I wouldn't be able to recall whether, probably flipping
Sure,
through,
okay.
maybe.
If you would have watched it on national news, do you recall what, was it CNN, ABC, CBS, Fox, or?
It would have to be like Fox or ABC or.
Okay. Aside from reading or watching in terms of hard facts, did you also listen to any of the commentary or read commentary about the case? What I'm talking about, first you hear facts, this happened, and then you hear people talking about what happened and giving their opinions. Were you involved in hearing or reading any of those opinions?
I think it would be pretty hard to avoid.
I agree. Your feeling, looking back now in terms of the coverage by the media of this case, did you feel it was biased or slanted one way or the other at the beginning, and did it continue throughout, or?
I really honestly wouldn't be able to.
Sure. In terms of the people you heard commenting about it, do you recall whether they were local people or national people that were commenting about the case, or both?
Probably both, yeah.
Okay. Right now, in terms of local, do you recall hearing, from memory standpoint, do you recall anything local in terms of who you would have heard from, who you would have seen on TV, in terms of attorneys or commentators about the case? Did any come to mind?
Not really. I mean, it's just so much information.
Sure.
You know, I couldn't really pinpoint any one individual that I was following. Or
Okay. And how about from a national standpoint? Did you listen to any of the commentators? You know, Fox has certain commentators at night, especially. Did you listen to any of those individuals that have their own shows?
I didn't really say I'd watch an entire show about it. You know,
Okay.
it was just watch news every day.
Sure. Kind of just happen to see it.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't sit there and follow the whole thing
Right.
from top to bottom.
In the process of following the news, did you, as Mr. Zimmerman got arrested, did you follow any court proceedings?
Probably a few here and there. Just.
Sometimes they were apparently carried live. Did you watch any of those?
I don't really recall whether they were live. It probably wasn't, because usually I'm at work during the app days.
You didn't pull it up on your computer at work, or? Okay.
I don't have any time at work to pull it, do any computer work.
I wasn't trying to get you in trouble at work.
No.
As you were going along, at some point, I gather you came to an opinion. You formed an opinion, I should say.
I would say it'd be hard not to form an opinion
Sure.
of some sort on what's going on.
Okay. My question is, because you noted, and then you went and followed up, and you said that you could put that aside, as I understood this.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I would have to get all the information because,
Right.
what you get from the news and everything else,
Right.
they have their own opinions
Sure.
as well.
Right. And what I'm trying to, what both sides are trying to ascertain from you is, we're exposed to the media, you listen to it, but you really haven't seen or heard the actual evidence in the courtroom. Do you
Right,
understand?
yeah. I mean, like I said, of course I have my own opinions, and I think that, anybody who says that they don't would be,
Sure.
I mean,
Okay.
you have to have some kind
Right,
of
no,
opinion.
I understand. My question is, what I'm trying to probe from you now, sir, is in terms of your opinion, do you recall when you arrived at your opinion, your initial opinion about the case, or your opinion that you still may have, do you recall when you arrived at that opinion?
Probably more in the beginning parts of hearing about it. And,
Okay. And what was your opinion, and let me, before you get to the final answer, is that opinion been consistent, or have you changed it as you've gone along?
I guess it might have changed a little bit, but fairly consistent,
Sure. In terms of when you first formed an opinion, what was your opinion?
I mean, it's really hard to. I guess I would need more information to really give an educated answer. I'd hate to say anything without having all the information in front of me.
Let me ask you this way. What were your first impressions about the case?
It's a tragedy, either way, both,
When you say tragedy, both you're talking about the Trayvon Martin and also George Zimmerman?
Either way, yeah. I mean, because, I don't have all the information it's a tragedy. The whole thing's a tragedy.
Okay, all right. Did you form some impressions regarding as to what had happened or not happened based on the exposure to the media that you had at the beginning? In other words, what I'm trying to ask you is, did you say, oh, okay, well, this is what happened, A must have happened, and then, B, or did you, based on just your immediate exposure, obviously?
I mean, it just, I don't know. I mean, it just sounded like sounded like a struggle happened,
Okay.
for whatever reason. I don't know what led up to it, or how it or came,
Sure.
led up to it. And
Okay.
I
Now-
guess I would need more information to really.
Sure. Okay. You mentioned that your opinion or impressions changed a little bit, but you're still pretty consistent. If it changed a little bit or modified a little bit, how did it do so?
Maybe in the ways that I would have to have more information to really to give you an educated answer on what I would think.
Okay.
What
So at some point, you formed an opinion or came to some impression about the case, and then you realized that maybe you didn't have all the information? Am I understanding that correct, or?
Yeah, probably, yeah.
Okay. So in terms of those first impressions, what was it other than it being a tragedy for both?
I just, you hear information about either side, and you might hear information about one side one day, and then you hear more information about another side the other day. So it's like,
Yes, sir.
you might have one opinion one day, and then you hear a little more information about the other side, whether that information is 100% true or false. Like I said, I mean, you take that information
Sure.
and you would form an opinion whether it's true or false. I mean, you'd have to get the evidence, I guess, and
All right.
go through the evidence and
So as you were
make
hearing,
an
I
educated
guess,
guess.
as you were hearing one side, you would kind of lean towards that side, and then you might hear something else and kind of go the other way, or? What I'm trying to find out from you is were you pretty much leaning this way, and then you would, move a little bit?
I don't think I was really on one side or the other. I was just kind of listening to the information. I don't think I was really leaning fully on one side or the other, just because I don't know the whole story, and obviously I don't know if anybody that was a witness or.
In watching it on TV, did you hear any of, if there were any recordings about the case? In other words, any recordings that occurred during the before or after the shooting?
I think I've heard some recordings at one time, but
Do you recall which recordings there were?
I don't really. I think it was maybe the 911 call or something like that.
And under the law, I'm not allowed to tell you, oh, this is what happened. I need to find out from you what happened, or what you remember the media telling you what happened. Do you remember when you say 911 call? Do you remember what the call was about?
I honestly can't remember. I think at a point when it gets so overexposed, I kind of stopped paying attention.
And did you remember any photographs when you observed, when you were watching the TV or in reading in the newspaper? Do you remember looking at any photographs related to the case?
Yeah, I mean, I think I remember seeing some photographs of
Do you remember
George Zimmerman, what he looked like after the
Okay.
incident.
Tell me as best you can recall what that photograph looked like.
I think he may have had some scratches or something from the struggle or whatever.
Okay. Do you remember, when you say scratches, do you remember what part of his body you would have
I
observed?
think it was something maybe on his face or head or forehead
Okay.
or something like that.
What were your impressions regarding that when you observed that?
There was a struggle.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Did you come to any other conclusions as a result of that?
No, I mean, because, like I said, I mean, it all depends on what led up to the situation. I mean,
Okay. Any other photographs that you remember now that come to mind regarding the case that the media published?
I mean, obviously, you know, Trayvon Martin,
Okay.
photographs of him.
Okay. Anything else that you can remember about photographs or recordings, if there were any more than the one you mentioned? Okay.
No.
All right. Do you recall in your review of or watching the media, do you recall anybody speaking about the case that was involved in the case?
No.
Okay. As a result of watching it on TV and living in this community, did you do any research on your own to try to find out more information? You know, some people go online and go on Google, and you know, some people become addicted to the case and then they do their own research.
No, I like, even with other cases, you know, big cases in the past, it's not something that I really do. I'm not like a...
You're not one of those individuals that gets kind of like focused on a case.
Not really.
Okay. All right. Did you have any discussions with anybody at work about the case?
No.
Okay. How about with your family? Did you have any discussions with your family about their opinions about the case, one way or the other?
Mm-mm. No.
Okay. All right. Have you had any discussions with friends about the case?
No.
Okay.
No.
So you really haven't talked to anybody about the case at all?
Not really. No, nothing that I really sat down and talked about the case with
You
anybody.
said, well, there was
Something
somebody-
happened, you know, if we
Okay.
saw it in the news, oh, well,
Sure.
you know, wow, look at what happened. Obviously,
Sure.
we might have had some conversations when it first happened,
Right.
but
Okay.
other than that, you know, beyond like when it initially happened, I don't think anything was ever talked about beyond that.
Sure. And my question is, other than just bare minimum, somebody was killed, any discussions about opinions about people expressing with friends, opinions about what really happened and, you know, the media's?
I would say people had opinions, but I don't think I had any in-depth conversations beyond like, you know, like a passing
Sure.
conversation.
Do you recall the opinions that people expressed to you? Were they more favorable to George Zimmerman or more favorable in terms of George Zimmerman should be charged? Do you recall, if you could think back to the opinions that...
I think I've heard both
Okay,
both
all right.
sides, yeah.
And when you were having discussions with these people, did you express an opinion to them at that time?
I would say that you know, I'm always kind of like wait and see what really happened kind of person, you know.
Okay.
But I wouldn't say that I had any strong opinions either way.
Okay. So on that question that you answered, when you put yes, that you had an opinion, is this what you meant when you've been talking about?
I mean, yeah, I had an opinion on, you know, you know, as far as like what may have happened, but I don't have an opinion on, you know, but what may have happened is not what
Okay.
would happen.
You don't know what
obviously.
really happened because you weren't there.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. So in terms of your opinion as to what may have happened, what is that opinion?
I mean, it's, you know, I mean, I know that have heard that, you know, he's walking through the neighborhood late at night. You know, he was a security guard. I think I recall them saying that he may have reported it.
Okay.
He was told to not follow, I think.
Okay.
Obviously, you know, that didn't happen, you know, and he, you know, maybe thought he was doing the right thing by following, and apparently that, you know, didn't work out, you know,
Okay.
and it turned into a tragedy.
So when you say that your opinion, that's your what you were talking about?
That's just what I recall, you know, whether, you know, what led up to the whole situation, getting face to face, I have no idea, you know.
Okay. Under the law, if you're picked as a juror,
Mm-hmm.
you're required to make your decision only based on the facts. what
Right.
actually happened in terms of witness testifying
Mhm.
for physical evidence. And obviously, you're allowed to use your God-given common sense.
Mhm.
And then you have to rely also on the instructions that the court will give you the law.
Right.
Do you think you could do that at this time?
Yeah, I mean, I think that I would definitely, make the right decision according to the evidence, I mean, obviously, I can't go solely off of what TV gives you. I mean,
Sure.
I would have to see, like I said, I don't know all the evidence and know everything that happened. I just kind of randomly got a lot of stuff day by day, and I might catch it at one part of the newscast. I might catch it at another part, or catch part from one side, part from the other side. So, I mean, all I can do is form what I think may have happened, but that's just a thought. It's not even like fact.
Okay. So if you were to be picked as a juror, could you set aside that, what you just said in terms of your thoughts of what may have happened? Can you set that aside and only make your decision on what actually the evidence that is presented to you in the court?
Yeah, you would have to.
Okay. You're sitting as a juror, you're listening to the evidence,
Hmm.
and I'm going to make up a fact, so it's not related to this case.
Right.
One of the witnesses says that, and one of the crucial parts of the case is, what car was it? And it's not this case, so you understand.
Right.
And the witness says the car was red,
Hmm.
and you're sitting there listening. You go, oh, okay, he seems pretty credible. But
Mhm.
I seem to recall that there was some article in the newspaper that said the car was blue.
Right.
Which would you rely on in making your decision in the case? What you read in the newspaper about the car, or what the witness said about the car?
You'd have to go with the evidence that's in the court,
And why is that?
because you can't rely on the news.
Okay.
I mean,
Would you agree that when you're sitting as a juror, part of being a juror is they just don't put a vacuum and take everything, all you've read or seen about the case out of, in other words, that may pop into your mind as you're sitting there. And the question is...
yeah, of course it would pop in your mind, and then unless somebody else said, no, another witness said, I saw a blue car, then...
You would have to disregard what, in other words, you cannot factor in what the media, what you remember about the media. If it contradicts, or even if it supports it, you have to rely only on what the witness says.
Right.
Can you agree to do that?
Yeah.
Okay. And I gather in terms of the questions you were asked about whether, the trial in terms of how long it could take, we're estimating now, but potentially also the judge hasn't made the final decision about whether it's sequestered. I'm assuming you stated you had no conflict regarding that. Is that correct? Everybody has a conflict potentially. Nobody wants to be involved in such a process, but the question is, would it be an insurmountable hardship?
It would be extremely difficult. I have, 2 kids, and, I share responsibility and, taking care of those 2 kids and
Sure.
getting them from place to place and all that. And I work a full-time job, so, I would be a little bit nervous on the outcome,
Okay.
of all that. Yeah.
Right, sir. Your 2 kids, how old are they?
6 and 10.
Okay. And when you say nervous about the outcome, meaning,
Like where,
are you talking about?
I have a full-time job,
Right.
and I hold a position at that job.
Yes, sir. And I'm
If
aware of what
I'm
that is, but
sequestered for 6 weeks, I would be nervous about where my position would be,
and are you concerned that maybe your job won't be there anymore when you get back?
Not there, but I would assume that they would have to figure something out in a 6-week period.
You're a
and that would,
conscientious. I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
that would just, put me on edge a little bit, absolutely, especially in these times.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And I think the court at some point may address that, but under the law, you cannot be, that is not a point of.
I know that I would not lose my job, but I mean, I don't know. I just between that and having to figure out stuff with the kids, I mean, it would be definitely difficult. I mean,
And the court, all of us, both sides realize that that's a hardship for everybody. But, anyway, I'll leave it at that for right now. We may address it at a later time, but because I think you stated that it would not be an insurmountable, but that's why I was asking you that to make sure. Court may have a moment, Your Honor. Did I ask you in terms of Facebook, Twitter, all that stuff? You're not involved in that in terms of?
I'm not really big into. I've never Twittered ever.
Okay.
And Facebook, I do a little bit with family, and that's about it. But
No.
and that's something that really my wife set up. So I'm very low, I guess, on the Facebook end of it as far as I guess the norm for.
All right. Okay. Gotcha.
I'm not big into the social media, I guess.
Apparently in Facebook, when you pull up, sometimes there's news aspects to it, and you read or see anything regarding the case on that.
I don't even get any news because I don't think I've ever got on Facebook on my laptop. I've only done it on my phone, and I don't think they have. I've never seen news clips on my phone.
Sure. Okay.
I usually just see what the people that I talk to, my family, and that's it.
I'm at a loss. My wife and kids do. I don't.
But I think on the full site on Facebook, if you go on a laptop, they do have news clips on the right. But
you haven't done any of that stuff.
I honestly, I don't even use my laptop. I use my phone for everything.
Okay. Do you have you by chance visited any websites in support of either side?
No.
Remember coming across any of that?
Mm.
Okay. And regarding, we talked about in terms of the media exposure or media broadcast related to the shooting itself and what happened. Anything else you can recall regarding the media commenting or stuff about the case or anything related to the case that comes to mind right now, other than the shooting itself and?
No.
Okay. Let me have a moment again, Your Honor. Very much, sir.
Mr. West?
Afternoon. My name is Don West, and this is Marco Mera on behalf of George Zimmerman here today.
Mm-hmm.
A couple long days already, I guess.
Yeah.
I know you said very candidly that it would be, with all the media attention this case has gotten, probably impossible not to have any opinion at all. Is that basically what you think?
Yeah, it's been definitely oversaturated, I think. It's similar to other past cases.
Might somewhat sensational as well.
I would say it's honestly, I think that they take some of these the news takes some of these big cases and turns them into entertainment, and it shouldn't be.
As a result of that sort of perception of what the media does, what do you do then when you hear something or read something in the news?
You can't take it for face value because you don't know what, I don't know that person or the news people that are, I can't trust what they say, word for word, because things can be changed to sensationalize stuff, I think.
So when you say that you have a view of the case or an opinion on some things, can we be a little more specific? Are you convinced, for example, that there was a struggle of some sort?
Yeah, I believe there was a struggle, it seems like there was.
Do you believe that the struggle went both ways?
Sure, it did go both ways, yeah. I'm sure, one person was struggling with the other person.
what I mean both ways in the sense that based upon the information that you have and the opinions that you've been struggling with, do you believe that both of the individuals were aggressive toward each other?
Possibly. Like I said, I wasn't there, so it would be hard for me to without hearing the whole story and everything, and you know, and if there was, it's hard to make a decision on that unless you had hard evidence on which way, you know, like one way or the other.
Oh, sure. And the focus of the questions is only based upon what you know as of right this minute, and trying to get a handle on your view of things because of all of the publicity this case has gotten, and how that might have affected you, and whether you hold some views strongly or not. And
I don't
so-
think I have any strong views one way or the other. I mean, I don't really think about it beyond, you know, I've never thought about it till, you know, on a daily basis till now.
Sure, okay. Back to the struggle idea. Are you convinced there was a struggle between Trayvon Martin and George Zimmerman?
Yeah, I think there was some kind of struggle. It's that from what I've heard, it sounds like there was some kind of struggle. Whether there was or not, I guess you'd really have to see the evidence. You know, it looks like there was, you know, according to what information that was given to us
Have
as
you
a general public. I mean, you would say that you would think that there was a struggle.
Have you any view or opinion as to who started it?
I had no idea. I mean, I wasn't there. I don't know who
Right.
walked up to who. You know.
Yes.
What point did they get face to face? I had no idea. I couldn't say.
Based upon what you've heard in the media and such, do you believe that George Zimmerman followed Trayvon Martin after being told not to?
That's what the phone, I guess, what I've heard, but what I've heard and what is factual, I guess, is at one point in time they got face to face. So I don't know who tracked down who, but at one point in time they must have gotten face to face for the tragedy that happened. So it wasn't something that happened like miles away from each other. So they had to have gotten face to face at one point in time, you know, for the tragedy to happen. So how it happened and what led up to it, I couldn't say.
Sure. On the idea of George Zimmerman following Trayvon Martin, do you believe at some point in time that happened?
Objection asked and answered.
I believe it's been asked and answered, but if you want to answer it one more time, you may.
I mean, he may have followed him. I have no idea. You know, I would, according to what I've heard, I guess he may have followed him. At what distance? I have no idea.
Mm-hmm. Do you feel that as a result of that, because you think that may have happened or probably did happen, do you think that that means George Zimmerman did something wrong?
Not necessarily. I wouldn't say that. It's hard to say. I mean, you know, it depends on. I really couldn't say. I mean, it's just
I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. It's
Right.
unfair to you. But what I'd like to focus on is what you think. When you heard all this stuff, how did it process through your brain, and what do you think now?
I don't know. At one point in time, they got close. So I don't know as far as the following went. I mean, how close it got, or you know, or if the other person turned around. I have no idea. you know, from that point on, you know, I know that, I don't know, you know.
Okay.
If I was, you know, a security guard, I don't know. It's hard for me to put myself in those shoes.
Based upon what you heard in the media, do you believe that George Zimmerman was a security guard?
I believe so. I thought he was. I mean, like I said, I didn't watch it on an everyday basis, so I'm sure that some of the stuff I heard and some of it, you know, maybe some of the stuff that I know is not factual. You know, I'd have to like sit down and really absorb all the information to really make any real, you know, decisions on what I would think was the right thing or the wrong thing. Because I hadn't like sat down and really watched it. I like I said, it's like you watch it, you see what happened. It was a tragedy, and then you see like little bits of information going on. You know.
Well, based upon what you heard in the media, do you think now, maybe subject to change, but do you think now that he was a security guard for the community?
I thought he was some kind of security. I didn't like research any further on it, as I shouldn't have. So I didn't really go into any depth on, you know, in research of the case. I guess the less I know, the better till it's time to sit in the jury, right?
Okay. The evidence connected with the case that you may have heard in the news includes the 911 call, and that includes the voice of someone screaming. Did you hear that one?
I don't recall, no.
Do you have any information about that at all? That there's a recording connected with the case?
I knew there was a recording. I just don't know like the details on it.
Have you been involved in the news in the last couple of weeks where the case was mentioned?
No, not till I got summoned. And then from there on in, I wasn't able to watch the news from there on in.
Do you ever read the Orlando Sentinel newspaper?
No, I don't, honestly.
Do you subscribe to any newspapers?
No.
Is your news on this case limited to the sort of mainstream television stations you talked about?
Yeah, just the channels that I had mentioned. 2, 6, 9, 18, 35, 65. Those are the only channels I get.
Ah, okay. Is that from a basic cable?
I don't have cable.
Is it an antenna?
Yeah.
Oh, it is. Okay, so you get whatever you can pull in from the rooftop.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not satellite, it's just a...
No, it's just a digital antenna.
I think what probably threw us off was on the questionnaire when you were asked about whether or not you hold an opinion about Mr. Zimmerman's guilt or innocence.
Right.
And you indicated that you did.
I don't hold an opinion on the guilt or innocence. Obviously, I have an opinion on what may have led up to the tragedy, but I don't know what the circumstances were that brought the tragedy, you know, on.
Okay, so what you do know about the case from the media is some of the things that may have led up to the point of whatever struggle you believe occurred.
Mm-hmm.
And based upon that information, do you think that Mr. Zimmerman is more or less likely to be guilty?
I would have to,
I'm
you
just
know, get more information, because I don't really think that I have enough information to make an assumption either way.
Okay. You really don't have an opinion on that?
Not on who's more at fault. No, I don't.
I know you mentioned that you have a lot of responsibilities at work.
Mhm.
It's not that you have a lot of water cooler time, I suppose. But have you not talked with anybody in the office?
No.
About this case, or mentioned even that you have a summons for jury duty?
I had to let my employer know I had a summons. Mhm.
Did you and he have any conversation at all about the case?
No.
No friends, social contacts that you've talked about the case in any way?
No.
And I know you have young children. I'm assuming you probably wouldn't talk with them about the case.
No. No.
But how about other family?
No.
Not even out-of-state relatives that say, "Hey, what's going on with that?"
No, I don't even think my mother even knows I'm here. You know, and that's I talk to her like every day on the way home from work.
Does she live out of the area?
No, she lives in Palm Bay.
All right. There was another question asking about whether being on the jury would be a special challenge because of the length of time that it could last 4 to 6 weeks, that could be sequestered.
Right.
Do you know what sequestered means?
No contact with anybody.
Within, yeah, there might be some visitation type contact, but you don't go home at night, and you stay together as a jury pretty much from that point until the matter is resolved.
Mm-hmm.
And knowing a little more about that, and considering the ages of your children and the extra responsibilities that your wife would have to take on, if you were asked that question now, whether or not the participation in this trial would cause an insurmountable hardship, would you still answer no, or would you check yes?
It would definitely cause some hardship, yeah. I mean, because of the different things as far as, my wife would have to take on a lot of responsibilities, and she works a full-time job as well.
So you would no longer be available as a caretaker?
Yeah, it would be very, very difficult.
Would that concern you greatly?
Yeah.
Is it likely then your service here might actually be insurmountable in terms of the effect it would have on your family?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you. Please remain seated. Counsel, when you're ready, approach. Thank you very much. If you'll follow Deputy Dents. Thank you, sir. And we're going to take a 10-minute recess. Did you find out what? Please be seated. We're back on the record. Let's bring in our next potential juror, please.
Your Honor, E7.
Please be seated. Good afternoon. You are hereafter referred to as Juror E7, and you're here this afternoon so the attorneys can ask you questions about the jury questionnaire that you filled out Monday morning, and Mr. De La Ronda is going to inquire first. You may. Yes.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
We're going to be asking you a series of questions regarding the questionnaire that you filled out in terms of just publicity, so we're limited at this stage from that aspect of it. You've notated in the questionnaire in terms of what you knew about the case that there was an altercation between the two and T. Martin was shot as a result.
Yeah.
Okay. Was your basis for that information from TV or a newspaper or friends or?
That's, to my appreciation, all that is established fact.
I'm sorry, sir.
Yes. From
Was it local
TV,
news?
from, well, yes, from
Okay.
local, from national, from newspapers, from radio, talk shows, take your pick.
Gotcha, gotcha. In terms of the local news, TV, do you recall what channels it would have been on?
Gosh, it seems like most any channel you could have looked at.
Okay, all right. And then how about national news?
Again,
Okay. Do you kind of channel surf and
Yeah.
go from Fox to CNN to ABC, CBS,
from
NBC?
Fox to MSNBC, yeah.
Do you favor one more than the other in terms of where you get your news?
I think, favor?
Or one that you visit more than the others? You know, some people are partial to Fox, some people are
I
partial.
try to keep a look at all of them, but not all of them. Mainly, I have, you know, your basic local news, and then I like to watch Fox, MSNBC, and CNN.
Okay. And in terms of your, I didn't want to leave out the newspaper. Did you read any stories about this on the newspaper?
Orlando Sentinel showed, you know, that's the only newspaper that I actually look at.
Okay. And do you get a hard copy or do you go online in terms of Orlando Sentinel?
I don't get either. I just have picked up occasional copies,
Periodically.
and you would see it there.
Sure. Okay. And in terms of your exposure to what was going on in this case in terms of the media, would that have been at the time that back when it occurred, back in February?
Primarily, yes.
Okay, last year?
Yeah.
Did you keep up with the case as it was going on?
No.
Okay. In terms of your recollection, in terms of what you first heard or saw regarding the case from the media, do you recall in terms in time when this happened back in February? Do you recall, was it like a few days after or months after?
No, just within a couple of days,
Okay.
primarily.
All right. And was your first exposure at TV, you think?
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
in terms of your first exposure, what do you recall, other than what you've noted here, what do you recall seeing or hearing about this case? I know it's been a while, so I'm just asking you what you recall.
First recall. I don't understand.
The question is, what do you remember right now in terms of the first thing you heard about this case? What do you remember? What that was?
To be strictly honest, it's hard to remember.
Okay, all right.
I can't pinpoint a specific.
Sure, okay, all right. Because the reason I asked, you stated that this was an altercation between the two, and T. Martin was shot as a result.
Right.
Is that just from a combination of everything you were exposed to that
Right.
you came to that statement?
Right.
Okay. Now, it happened, you got exposed to it at the very beginning.
Mhm.
Did you then follow any court proceedings in terms of what was going on regarding the case?
Minimally.
Okay. And did you do any research on your own on the internet about the case?
No. Not that I can remember. I may have, but not that nothing
Right.
specific stands
Sure.
out. It was a while
Yeah.
ago now.
Yes, sir. In other words, like Facebook, do you have like a Facebook at all?
Yes,
Okay.
I do.
And sometimes in Facebook, apparently the news comes out too, that you can, if you want to, check. Did you do any of that stuff?
No.
Okay.
No, in fact, we had conversations at the very beginning, and as soon as I found out how divisive it is, I worked in the entertainment industry to a degree, and I found that it's so politically charged that it's best to just try to avoid it at the time. So
Okay, so you made a conscious decision
to
to
try
avoid
to
it?
stop, involving myself in conversations because you could make enemies.
Okay. And on purpose, we're calling you E7, and also we're not, at this time, referring to what your occupation is, but you mentioned you're in the entertainment business.
That as well.
And so because of that, you made a conscious decision not to be involved at all, or not to find out more than you needed to about the case?
Once I started hearing people around me get so heated about their opposition to one another or my opinion of what might have been thought at the time, I said, okay,
Gotcha.
just leave that alone.
So the people that you were having discussions about the case with, or that were commenting about the case,
Right.
might be a better way.
Right,
Those people were interjecting their opinions.
right.
Okay. And was that on both sides of the?
Oh, yeah.
In other words, people favorable to Mr. Zimmerman and then people favorable to
Yes.
Trayvon Martin?
Yep.
Did you ever express your opinion to those people about one side or the other?
To a degree in both directions, I suppose.
Okay,
yeah.
tell me if you could a little bit about what you would have expressed to those individuals on both sides.
Well, I always kind of have a tendency to try to play devil's advocate for whatever seems to be the more forceful.
Sure.
People have a tendency to try to dominate a conversation.
Right.
And if they're trying to dominate, I have a tendency to try to, bring in a devil's advocate.
So you played the devil advocate as to both positions?
To me, it was kind of humorous, and I would
Right.
try to interject humor and try to diffuse conversations that
Sure.
would heat up.
And in terms of you interjecting yourself from a devil advocate standpoint, was that based on what exposure you had been exposed, what things you've been exposed to by the media in terms of what you knew about the case based on the media?
Right, and what people would be saying at that particular
Okay,
time.
all right. If we could, in terms of people that were in support of George Zimmerman or in favor of George Zimmerman's position, what, in terms of when you played devil's advocate, what did you argue with him about? Or what did you contradict?
And I guess what would be being said at the time.
Okay, do you recall any of that at this time?
I mean, nothing that jumps right at me.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Did you ever agree with any of the position of those people that were advocating on behalf of George Zimmerman?
Well, certainly, sometimes they had their points, and you'd have to say, okay, well, until you're there and until you hear the absolute facts of the case, you don't know what you're talking about. And neither do you on the other side. Until you hear facts, and get the facts of exactly what occurred, you can't make that.
At this time, do you recall any of the positions that those individuals were taking?
Well, yeah, I suppose.
What-
But things would change. Like, for instance, initially, there was a lot of talk like, Oh, well, yeah, but there's no damage to Mr. Zimmerman. How could he have possibly been in such an altercation with no damage? And then the next thing you know, a couple of weeks later, why, there you go, here's on the magazine or something with visual evidence of damage to Mr. Zimmerman. So, again, that just would prove my point that all these suppositions don't mean anything because you don't know what you're talking about until you get the facts.
Gotcha. And then how about on the other side, in terms of people that were in favor?
Oh,
of
yeah, there's
Trayvon
all the
Martin?
noise about, you know, well, who's doing the screaming and whatnot, you know. What right did the person have to be there? He lives in Miami. Well, his dad. So, yeah, sure. It just depends on who the conversation was at play at the
Yes,
time.
sir. You mentioned a recording of something, correct? Did you listen to that recording?
I've been exposed to renditions, alleged renditions of the recording.
When you say renditions, and I know you're in the entertainment business, did you listen to it on TV and you record it and then try to listen to it more?
No, never
you know,
recorded it.
enhance
I've
it in
heard-
any way? is what I mean.
No. I've heard what they've proposed, and I've always assumed we don't know if that's an actual recording.
I got you.
We don't know if, you know.
And when you say you heard what they proposed, you're talking about the media, like on TV or the news?
Or other people in conversations about that.
Okay. Did you yourself listen to the actual recording yourself? Any of the recordings, if there were more than one?
I've heard, as a matter of fact, just, I guess 2 weeks ago probably, you would hear it again. Yeah,
Okay, did you come to any conclusions as a result of hearing that?
no.
Okay. Did you listen to any of the commentary in the media, both either in the local or national, people commenting about the case? And I'm talking about not just, sometimes the news, it kind of blurs into people giving opinions, but what I'm talking about is strict opinions, you know, either lawyers or other commentators talking about, well, this is what happened, or this is the law, or anything like that.
Nothing that jumps out. Most of what comes off as firm opinion generally comes from other people in the street.
Okay.
It seems to me, from
Sure.
my recollection right off the bat.
Did you hear any commentary from any of the local people here in terms of attorneys here,
No.
whether involved in the case or anything like that? Do you
No.
recall any news
Not
conferences about
anything that
that?
I can recollect. No interviews on radio with attorneys or anything. No.
Do you recall looking at any pictures regarding the case?
Yes.
Okay, what pictures come to mind?
I've seen, for instance, Mr. Zimmerman at the police department. I've seen alleged pictures of damage to Mr. Zimmerman's head.
Okay. And you understand that whatever you were exposed to in the media may or may not come out in trial?
Yes.
And the question is, can you agree to, if you were exposed to it like you mentioned right now, can you agree if you're sitting as a juror and that comes up in your mind as you're listening to the evidence, that that cannot factor into your decision? In other words, you have to disregard whatever exposure you had in media. Can you do that?
If I'm instructed?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Well, the court's going to instruct you that. Can you do that?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Now, anything regarding any other photographs that come to mind right now, other than the one you mentioned, Mr. Zimmerman?
No, I can't think of any other, possibly, I don't know, I don't remember if it could be just a mental image I'm picturing of the courtyard, possibly. I may have seen, you know, a picture of the courtyard, some concrete and grass or something.
Okay.
Or maybe I'm just imagining in my own mind what I thought when I read it.
Sure.
I don't know.
Do you remember watching any or listening to any, anything about any witnesses making any kind of statements or anything? Anybody involved in the case?
Yes,
Any come to mind right now?
yes.
Which ones?
An alleged statement, and I say alleged because I didn't hear this person speak it with their own voice, but an alleged statement from someone who was purported to be Trayvon Martin's girlfriend in an associated phone call.
Did you come to any conclusions as a result of that?
Absolutely not. I didn't hear her say anything,
Okay.
you know,
Okay.
that I can remember as something that somebody said, she said.
Right.
He said, she said stuff. I try to like, okay, we'll put that back there.
Okay, all How about any other things come to mind in terms of statements by anybody that possibly was involved in the case?
Nothing that jumps to the fore now.
You mentioned discussions with people that you interact with,
Yeah.
right? How about with anybody else that, family or, I'm assuming the people you interact with is at work also and friends, is that correct?
Right, but there's been minimal, if anything, in the way of like family discussions.
Okay, so no discussions with family about the case. Did you visit any kind of the websites, if there are any dedicated to one side or the other?
No.
And I gather when you filled out the questionnaire, you stated, you were asked obviously whether you had formed an opinion, and you stated you had not. When I say formed an opinion as to the guilt or innocence of the defendant, Mr. Zimmerman,
I don't
is
see
that
how
correct?
one could reasonably. No, I haven't.
One of the other areas that this questionnaire covers is the dedication or time that you would have to, if you were picked as juror. It's unknown right now how long, but it could be conceivably anywhere from 4 to 6 weeks. It may be less, but the range is maybe that. And I'm assuming you filled out that would not be an insurmountable hardship
I'm
to.
currently underemployed.
Pardon me?
I'm currently underemployed.
You're
I've got some
currently
time.
underemployed.
Yes.
Okay. So from that standpoint, it would not be a hardship.
Right.
Or any other commitments that you have, in other words.
Right.
Okay. If I may have a moment, Your Honor. And finally, sir, you talked about discussions with other people in terms of people expressing their opinions. And you favored, I guess, being the devil's advocate, is that correct in terms of, was that always the case, or did you at some
No.
point take a position
No,
on?
I just, when it gets heated,
Yes, sir.
for instance, I'm a painter, and I might have been working at a given restaurant, and conversations would erupt, and I'd hear people talking and going back and forth, and then the heat would start to generate, and then I would try to grab the weaker side and shoot humor at the stronger side.
So you don't mind interjecting yourself in those discussions and try to, I guess,
Especially when I think they've gone way overboard with their opinion. Yeah, right.
would you also at the same time have the ability to, without interjecting yourself, listen to what is being said
Oh, yeah.
completely, and then at the very end come to a conclusion? In other words, the role of a juror, you know, when you're sitting as a juror, you can't say, hold on, I want to challenge that. You got to listen to all the evidence
course.
and evaluate what is being said,
Yeah.
and then apply your God-given common sense, but also the law the judge will give you to the evidence that's being presented. Would you be able to do that?
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Okay.
I wouldn't want to form an opinion unless I had all the potential relevant information possible.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Mr. West.
Afternoon. My name is Don West, and I'm an attorney along with Mark O'Mara, counsel for George Zimmerman. I take it you recognize him.
I've seen him on TV.
In fact, what was your first reaction? You know, talking about the publicity and the media attention this case got. What was your first reaction or impression when you heard this story unfold?
That would be rather difficult because it's been so long. What would I have felt in the very first instance when the information first was presented to the public?
Well, let me ask you this. Are you generally familiar from the media with the timeline of the case?
Generally.
As a reference point, February 26, 2012 was the night of the shooting. Okay? And then I thought you said within a couple of days it kind of got your attention.
Yeah, well, initially, it was like, I think it took a couple of days for it to hit the news in the first place, didn't it?
Uh-huh. Do you know why it hit the news, why it became such a big story?
Yeah, I think I do. I think somebody had started making a lot of noise because Mr. Zimmerman hadn't been arrested.
Did you learn that through the media?
Yeah.
And based upon that, is that what you think sort of got this thing going?
Into the hubbub that it is?
Right.
Probably.
Okay. So
Maybe
what,
the hype. Not the lack of an arrest, but the hype.
So what was your reaction when you started hearing these stories unfold about February 26th on, that he hadn't been arrested, for example? Did you have a reaction to that?
Well, I suppose, yeah, I would have thought, you know, if arrest was due, there would have been an arrest made.
And knowing from the media that there wasn't, what did you think about that?
Well, I guess that's when I started to get interested a little bit. So it took, like I say, a few days in the first place to even really draw an interest, because at first there was really not much said. Next thing you know, there's a whole lot of talk, and well, what's this about? And then when you start to read up, and then the next thing you know, it's headlines.
Well, you know, we're not talking about the evidence of the case today.
Correct.
We're just talking about information prospective jurors may have before, as they come in the door here.
Oh, yes.
So we're just looking for, you know, honest opinions
Yes.
and sort of feelings, impressions, opinions, that sort of thing about the case. So what was your reaction, your opinion, when you realized that there had been a delay in an arrest? Did you think
Well,
that
again, like I said, I thought initially would have been, if there hasn't been an arrest, there's probably a reason why.
Did you try to figure out what that reason was?
Well, not until a lot more noise was made about it. Now I'm thinking we're into, what, maybe a month and a half before, when it really started getting loud, then yeah, it would draw my attention, because I do have a tendency to try to keep up with the news a little bit, and when something really overwhelms the airwaves, I guess you can't miss it, can you? So then you've got opinions on both sides about why there's not an arrest.
Well, what were the opinions that that were expressed to you about that?
Nothing directly to me. It would be, like I say, I would watch, I try to do my best to try to keep an even balance of, I don't believe in one network bringing you fair and balance. I think to get a balance, you want to start from the outside and kind of work your way toward the center. So you've got one network, seemingly, that wants to carry a, well, there wasn't an arrest for this reason. And then another network that says, well, there wasn't an arrest for this reason. See what I'm saying?
And what did you make of that? Did you ever form an opinion yourself whether or not there should have been an arrest? Based upon what you've been hearing in the
Over
media?
time?
No, over the first month.
Well, my curiosity would get piqued. I guess I would assume if somebody shoots somebody, shouldn't there be a, well, maybe not. No, I mean, if somebody's perfectly within their rights to defend themselves.
The question that I was trying to focus on, and I understand, it sounds like you were conflicted. That you didn't know.
Because I'm not, you know, one to take what any given channel tells me as gospel. They don't know the facts.
Well, what was your thinking at that point? Did you form an opinion yourself whether or not Mr. Zimmerman should have been arrested?
Over time,
Within the first, well,
No.
within the first month or so,
I would say no.
that you did not form an opinion?
No, not within the first.
You heard other people expressing opinions,
Yeah, oh, yeah.
but you were not taking a position yourself?
No, because I knew I didn't have enough information.
Is that the way you are? You're kind of cautious? Is that what you're saying, that you don't weigh in on something until you're satisfied you have all the information?
Unless somebody, if in a way of a personal conversation with other people, or my clear own personal understanding.
We're really talking about what you thought about this case, what you think your ability would be to consider evidence or information you may have heard outside the courtroom and separate that from evidence you might hear inside. So I'm trying to get a handle on whether you ever formed an opinion yourself.
Ever?
I wasn't quite finished with the question.
I'm sorry.
Whether you ever formed an opinion or even expressed an opinion about George Zimmerman's guilt, or whether or not he should have been arrested.
I've never formed or expressed an opinion that I can remember. I can't see myself having done that. About his guilt, no. About whether he should have been arrested, eventually, yes. I came to a conclusion whether I thought he should have been arrested, but that was again based on what I knew to be a lack of information.
When do you think, well, what was your opinion that you finally reached whether or not he should have been arrested?
Eventually, I concluded for myself, although, well, with the limited information that I had, that he probably should have been arrested, and that this should be where it is now.
When do you think you reached that opinion?
That probably took a couple months. Because, I mean, I didn't glue myself to what was going on with that. You know, there was other things in my life, too, you know. So over time, you keep hearing about it and hearing about it, and actually concern yourself with it to find, okay, now I'm curious, let's find out this. Oh, here comes another one's opinion. All right, let's put that aside then.
What did you learn in the media that made you think that he should be arrested?
That he should have been arrested?
Right. Now, let me just be more clear. I take it that you know he wasn't arrested immediately.
Correct.
And that he was arrested sometime later.
Yes.
And at some point later, you decided, based upon the information you had, that that was the right decision? That he should have been arrested?
By half of that is by the very virtue that he was arrested. That tells me, well, then why wasn't he arrested in the first place?
Well, let me ask you that. Do you have any idea why he wasn't arrested in the first place, based upon what you've heard in the media?
Idea? No. Anything along those lines would be sheer speculation. Would anything direct me toward that? Not that I can think of off the top of my head.
Well, for example, were you questioning the motives of the Sanford Police Department?
I suppose I may have heard that being done.
Mm-hmm. Was that an issue for you, that you questioned the motives of the Sanford Police Department?
Not until after he was arrested. Then I had to think, well, why wasn't he arrested in the first place? That's what I'm saying. It didn't really get all that interesting for a long time. A lot of different events had to unfold, and now that just leaves me in a whole different, you know, where this is concerned. Now that I've given it thought over the last few days, when I realized that I could be a prospective juror and had to honestly, in my own head and heart, consider the thing very seriously. You know, I had to think, well, how do I come to this conclusion? I don't know the facts. So I'm just going to put it all off the table. If I'm going to wind up being a juror, then I'll find out the facts and I'll be able to run a reasonable process through my head that'll bring me to reasonable conclusions. That because of the importance of that consideration, I ought to just not even bother with at this point. If I'm to know the facts, then you're gonna present me the facts. If I'm not, I won't be sitting here. And then I can go back to any speculation I like. You know?
Mhm. Were you aware from the media of the community's reaction?
Oh, yeah.
What did you know about that?
Well, it got just as divided here as MSNBC is from Fox News. In our community, I could be right down the street here in Lake Mary painting the inside of a building, and half the day the conversation would come, now this is months back, but conversations would come up that people would flare at each other in this town, you know?
Were you tuned in to any rallies, demonstrations, protests?
No.
You weren't paying attention to
Nope,
the news?
never went to any of those, never, looked for them on internet sites or anything like that. I
Never
avoided-
attended any of those events?
Nope,
Never signed a petition
absolutely not.
or donated money?
Nope.
Did you ever do anything to support that cause, if you will? And I don't mean to describe it in a way that you don't understand, but you know what if I say the cause, the idea that George Zimmerman wasn't arrested and people were,
Oh, no, no.
You-
Nope.
that you didn't actively support that cause in any way?
His arrest?
Correct.
No. Because I
Partic-
wouldn't have known. I mean, why would I if I didn't understand the facts? Maybe he didn't deserve to be arrested. In fact, again, like I said, I was surprised, and that was the only thing that made me question the Sanford Police Department, was that he finally did get arrested. Otherwise, I wouldn't have even questioned the Sanford Police Department. All that does is tell me, okay, well, what went wrong initially then?
Well, that he got arrested finally. Did that mean to you that he must probably...
Mr. West interjecting, I would ask that he just ask him what it meant, as opposed to Mr. West interjecting what he please.
Okay, can you rephrase your question, please?
That when George Zimmerman got arrested, did that mean anything to you about the whether or not he should have been arrested earlier? I know that sounds convoluted. You know what I'm getting?
No, I think I've already made that clear, though. When he finally did get arrested, all that brought to mind was, well, then, what took so long? Why wasn't he arrested in the first place? You would think somebody shoots somebody, and a judge is going to want to hear why.
So
To me, that's a snapper.
did you consider then that the Sanford Police Department wasn't doing their job? That they didn't arrest him that night or soon thereafter?
Not until he did eventually get arrested. Then I considered that as a possibility, and I thought, well, wait a minute now, I'm not wearing that badge either. I'm not in that room either, and I don't know why he didn't, they obviously know more than I do about, they felt they had good reason not to arrest.
So that's really my thought. You knew that the arrest hadn't taken place, and were you in any way critical of the Sanford Police Department for not making the arrest, in your mind?
No, only for a glimpse when he first got arrested. That struck me off. Well, why didn't this happen in the first place?
Do
And then
you know when he was arrested, the date, or?
No. I know it did take a while. I think it was like a month, maybe a month and a half or something after the incident. That's my best ballpark estimation of a recollection.
So it wasn't until after Mr. Zimmerman got arrested that it made you, I guess I'm missing that point. So some time happens. We go from February 26th
Okay.
to the date when he's arrested. And we know that was some matter of weeks, right? So when you learned he was arrested, what was your thinking about what had happened before?
What aspect of what happened before?
Well, are you saying that that proves that he should have been arrested
No,
earlier?
that was my initial sense, but then I thought, no, wait a second now, you're not wearing a badge, you're not in that police department, you don't know why he wasn't arrested, maybe they had reason, and
Okay. So you were
it
still,
wasn't my judgment to make, yeah.
were
Once
you
I
were
thought
still
about it.
open-minded on
Of
the
course.
issue?
Of course.
were you still open-minded on the issue of whether George Zimmerman was guilty?
Of course. You'd have to be, wouldn't you?
You know, that's why we're here, not making accusations about individuals, but the
Right.
whole idea that there's been this flood of information.
Correct.
And has it affected you in any way at all?
Has it affected me?
Right. Do you think this flood of information has affected you in any way in your ability to be fair and impartial?
No. No.
Has it ever caused you to form an opinion about the guilt or innocence of George Zimmerman?
It has caused me to give weight to that potential until I have to look back and realize that I don't have near the facts necessary to make such a judgment, you know, to form such an opinion. I need more facts. That's what I would always come to the conclusion.
Have you ever considered whether the evidence supports self-defense or is against self-defense from what you know?
I don't know what the evidence is. Isn't that what we're here to
That was
determine?
my bad choice of words. The information that you've received generally out there.
Yeah,
Have
I
you
couldn't
formed
form
any
an-
impression or opinion as to whether it was
Not really, because it's
self-defense,
not evidence.
wasn't self-defense, or no, you don't have any view at all on that?
I can't form an opinion because everything that I've heard could be flushed through facts. I don't have evidence. I have this person's opinion and that person's opinion and the other person's opinion, this network's opinion and that network's opinion, but I don't know a thing until it's established.
After the sort of initial flurry of activity, you sort of had less interest in the case?
I started to get less interest as it got hotter. Yeah.
In the summer?
As people,
The weather?
no.
Oh.
The atmosphere, the political atmosphere, it got very politically charged. That had cooled down over time, you know, but yeah, right around the time that Mr. Zimmerman got arrested, and for I would guess probably a month afterwards, around here, among people who keep up with the news, it got very politically charged, and that's when I tried to, because everything that I do depends on being able to discuss things with people, you know, have a reasonable relationship with people, where they start forming opinions on both sides and try to drag you to their opinion on anything. It's not just about this case, it's about anything that's political. It could be George Bush, it could be Barack Obama, you know? Any of that can get you in trouble in the lines of, you know, that I'm in the entertainment.
Do you distance yourself from that ongoing political debate?
I try a lot of times, unless it's lighthearted and people are, you know, able to reasonably handle the discussion. Then I like politics.
The discussions that you've had in person, and I mean that in a general sense, would you have had some face-to-face conversations with people maybe while you were at work?
Mm-hmm.
How about through social media? I think you mentioned Facebook.
Right, yeah.
Do you communicate with a group of friends over Facebook? And some of the discussions that we've talked about here today, where are they on Facebook?
Well, there's been some talk of this case among people that I know on Facebook, but that would have been, again, back closer to the time that he was arrested, when there was a lot more electricity in the air about it. A lot of it had cooled down over time.
Are you aware of any websites that have been dedicated for the support of?
No, I just heard him. No, I wasn't even aware there were such sites.
I was going to ask you this. Well, I'll be more specific. Are you aware of any websites that are dedicated for the support of George Zimmerman?
No.
Are you aware of any websites that were dedicated in support of the prosecution
No,
or on behalf of the Martin family?
no, I hadn't even heard of the concept until I believe he mentioned it.
So certainly you've never been on one
No.
of those websites or
No.
posted a comment or
Correct.
participated in a discussion?
I'm not.
Do you, when you go on, have you gone on to websites and posted comments and actually engaged in the conversation string?
You know, just where Facebook and all the people that I would know, sometimes, and again, this isn't recent now, this is back then.
Right.
People would express their opinion, and I might interject, you know, humor, or I might interject, how do you know? What do you know?
But you've never been on any websites that's dedicated
No.
in support of
No,
Trayvon Martin? Or
No.
Do you use your real name when you go online?
yes,
So, if I understand sort of in sum, you have a lot of information about the case, but you haven't formed any opinions one way or the other on Mr. Zimmerman's guilt or innocence?
if you could call the speculation from both sides information,
Here's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about what's out there.
what's out
Whatever it
there.
is that's out there.
Yes, I've absorbed a lot, especially back then. There was a lot to absorb.
And after absorbing all of that, you haven't formed any opinions yourself
No,
about George Zimmerman's guilt or innocence?
no, because I don't think I have the information to qualify any opinion,
And likewise, you haven't formed any opinions about the appropriateness of the conduct of the Sanford Police Department in whether
Okay,
or not to
same.
arrest Mr. Zimmerman?
Correct.
May I have just a moment? On hardship issue, I know that you've indicated you're both a musician and a painter.
Mhm.
Do you have a regular musician job?
No,
Do you have a regular painting job?
no, I'm an independent painter, and things are slow.
So when you say underemployed, you don't have any work at the time, right now?
I don't have anything booked at the moment. Something could jump off tomorrow.
Are you aware from this information that jurors might be sequestered 4 to 6 weeks?
I'll be fine,
How?
because I live at a circumstance where rent is not an absolute necessity. I'm not the only one that lives there, and I'm already behind. And the house is fine.
You share a residence with a number of others?
Well, yes, another person, yes.
Have you talked with this person about the case?
No.
Or the idea that you may be on jury duty?
They knew that I'd come in for jury duty, but
if you
not
were,
at what case.
if you were sequestered, do you have other sources of income that would allow you to spend 4 to 6 weeks away?
Well, yeah, see, when I was doing much better, I had the good sense to, for instance, collect guitars. I had a very large and reasonably valuable guitar collection that under these hardship circumstances now I'm able to, I've got 4 of them for sale on Craigslist right now, as a matter of fact. I just sold one last week, I sold another one the week before. At one point I had 125 guitars alone. I got 15,000 watts of PA equipment, I got 3 full sets of drums, 5 keyboards. I mean, you know, I'm okay, underemployed currently. I'll be all right.
Speaking of PA equipment and such, you reminded me of a question I didn't ask you about. The recordings in the case, can you characterize them for me briefly so I know we're talking about the same ones?
Which recordings?
Recordings connected with this case.
You mean about the alleged screams?
Yes.
What would you like to, as far as characterizations?
Well, you just did, so that's the one I'm talking about. First of all, why do you call them alleged?
Well, because there's allegations that they came from both people. There's allegations, one side says, oh, they came from this guy. Another side says, well, no, they came from, you know, Mr. Zimmerman.
What's your information on that? What draws you to that conclusion?
I haven't formed a conclusion.
Now, how do you know that some people are saying it's Mr. Zimmerman, some people are saying it's
Because I've
Mr.
heard that
Martin?
on the news. If you turn on Fox News or you turn on MSNBC News, from the time, from before he got arrested, they would have, that seemed to be one of those stronger discussions.
Have you been aware of anything recent in the news on that subject within the last couple of weeks?
Nothing that's any different from the same place we were back then. Without evidence, we don't know who that is.
Have you, are you aware from listening to the news or reading the news, being exposed to the media, about anything in this case that's going on now related to that evidence?
I don't understand the question, I'm sorry.
Are you aware of anything going on in the case right now? Any hearings in the case? Any?
No. No. Are there hearings afoot now about, I did hear something, last week, 2 weeks ago, before I knew what jury I might be picked for, that there was specialist allegedly that says and if I'm not mistaken, aren't there specialists for both sides that claim, oh, it's him, no, it's him, and now we're into an argument between specialists? All right, that's the impression I got.
So you're aware there's an issue ongoing in the case about that?
About the voice.
Are you aware of whether that issue is resolved?
Till the last I knew, no, there was absolutely no resolution. The same as everything else about this case. It's been competing sides.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just 1 minute, James. Thank you. Thank you.
So remain seated, counsel. When you're ready, please approach. Okay, Juror E7, I have a question for you. You had indicated that you did some postings on Facebook, and did you post something on March 21st, 2012 under the Coffee Party Progressives? If we showed this
That's
to
possible
you.
because I know they're on my list.
Okay, I'm going to circle
All right.
one and ask you to look at that and ask you if that
Is the date on there as well? Because I don't remember what you just said.
And I don't need an explanation for what's posted, I just want to know if that is in fact your posting.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
thank
that is.
Okay, thank you very much. Council want to approach? Yeah.
Your Honor, this is E13.
Please be seated and good afternoon. From here on out, you are referred to as Juror E13. The attorneys are going to ask you some questions concerning the questionnaire that you filled out Monday morning, and we're going to begin with Mr. De La Ronda. You may proceed.
Good afternoon, ma'am. We'll call you E13. You obviously wrote out this questionnaire, and that was back on Monday, correct?
Yes.
Okay. We're going to be asking you questions related to what you wrote down here in terms of the publicity aspect. You wrote down you don't know much, just from the news and friends, that Mr. Zimmerman killed Trayvon, and that it's about the only thing I know, or it's the only thing I know, no details. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's go back in terms of when you first heard about it on the news. Was it local news or national news?
I think it was just local news. I never really watched the news. It was just my parents had it on the TV, and I just remember like walking by and like seeing pictures, and
Okay.
honestly, I don't really pay attention.
Okay. Was it about the time that it happened back in February of last year?
Yeah.
Okay. And you also mentioned friends. Let's talk about the news right now. Did you, other than that first time when your parents had the news on, did you continue to watch it after that? Whenever it appeared on TV?
Not really. Just if they would have it on and I was sitting there, then yeah, I would watch it. But I never really paid that much attention.
Okay. In terms of what best you could recall regarding what you saw, what do you remember about that was on TV about the case?
The only part that I remember is what happened like when they were interviewing him, or people from, I think it was like apartments or something, like interviewing people that were around there. I just remember that. And then Trayvon's family, I remember one time they had it on and they were speaking about it, but I don't really.
Do you remember anything about, when you say interviewing him, are you talking about Mr. Zimmerman or somebody else?
No, just like people that live in that complex.
Okay. Do you remember anything about what those people said?
No.
Okay, all right. And how about, you mentioned Mr. Martin's family, do you remember anything about what they said?
I just remember like pictures of him.
Pictures of Trayvon Martin?
Yeah.
Okay. While we're on the subject of pictures, do you remember looking at any other pictures regarding this case? Anything at all?
No, sir.
Okay. The local news that your parents had on the TV, did you do any kind of Facebook or all that stuff, all activities in terms of social media?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember looking at anything online about that?
No, I don't remember anyone on Facebook talking about it, but I do, like some of my friends.
On the news.
No, not
Okay. All right. And in terms of your friends, did they express opinions about the case at all?
Yes, and it was kind of, I mean, I remember some people talking about it, and it was kind of like diverse.
Okay. Both pro Zimmerman and pro the deceased, Mr. Trayvon Martin? Okay.
Yeah.
Did you express any opinions to those people about what you thought about the case?
No, just
Okay.
because I just kind of sat back and listened, because I don't really, it's bad that I don't really pay attention, but I don't.
Okay. And you mentioned in the questionnaire that you had not formed an opinion about the guilt or innocence of George Zimmerman, is that correct?
Yes.
Is that still true?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And the reason I asked, I know it was Monday, but you've had a little bit of time to talk, not to talk to anybody, I need to clarify that, to think about it maybe, because you're obviously following the court's admonition. If you thought about it some more, is there any doubt in your mind that you can be fair to both sides?
Yeah, just because I don't really know that much information on it.
Okay. Besides Facebook, do you partake in any other social? Do you do twitting or whatever they call that, Twitter? Or?
I have an account, but I never really go on it.
Okay. And any other social media, just Google itself or other types of areas where you can do, as you're going through and talking to friends or others, where you may have come across information or media accounts of what happened in court or that stuff?
No.
Okay. Have you followed any of the proceedings in court? Since if it has been on TV, have you followed up or anything about what's happening in court since February till now?
No.
Okay. Did you talk to your parents about it in terms of their opinions about the case or not?
A little bit, but I don't really have time to watch TV and stuff, so.
Okay. Did they express opinions about the case one way or the other?
No, I just remember when it was on TV, I was just like, what's happening? And they just told me what had happened because they were watching it before I came in.
Other than the photos you mentioned of Trayvon Martin, do you remember anything else in terms of evidence that you may have heard about on the media about the case? You know,
No.
anything at all? No? Okay. And if you, not maybe intentionally, but you're not one of those people that kind of watches TV, the news, or reads the newspaper in terms of what's going on?
No.
Okay. How about, you mentioned in your questionnaire that you're in school.
Mm-hmm.
Have you talked with fellow students about what's going on in terms of the case?
Mm-mm.
Have you no discussions in class, like, whatever classes you take, no discussions about the case at all?
No.
Okay. You got the jury summons. Did you get excited or not?
I was kind of shocked that I got it because my mom, she's only been summoned like once, and I was like, oh wow, I'm only
Okay,
18.
all right, okay. So did you do any kind of research at that time and go, I wonder what cases are going on that I might be involved in at all? No?
No.
Okay, all right. And other than what you've notated now and you've told us, you don't remember anything else about the case?
Mm-mm.
Okay, is that correct? You do not?
Yeah, no, I don't.
Okay, no, I know you were shaking your head or nodding, but you need to make sure that the court reporter needs to get an answer from you. And I gather you mentioned that in terms of how long the trial may take. It may take 3 to 4 or 5 weeks. We don't know. It depends how long it takes to pick a jury. You feel that you can set aside that time? I mean, I know it's going to be a hardship. It's a hardship for anybody. But in terms of dedicating and doing your duty as a citizen of this great country, you think you can do that?
Yeah, I went ahead and talked to my manager at my, because I have 2 jobs, but I only put
You have 2
one-
jobs?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I mean, they're understanding because there's really nothing
Okay.
to do that, so.
All right. And, you know, the judge is considering that maybe people may be sequestered of their jurors. You understand that too. And you're willing to do that if necessary.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything other aspect about the case that comes to mind now other than what you briefly saw on the news and with your parents' house and stuff? Anything else, other aspect about any of the facts of the case or anything related to the case that you've had now a few minutes or hopefully longer for Monday to think about it? Anything that comes to mind about the case that you think it would be important to let us know that you know based on the media? No?
Not that I
Nothing
can
comes
think-
to mind?
Nothing really comes to mind, no.
Okay, I may have a moment, Your Honor. When I talk about evidence, you mentioned photographs. Anything else related to the case that you can remember at this time? Because we're not allowed to tell you what the evidence is. We're trying to find out from you what you know or what you remember.
Trying to think, it was so long ago.
No, that's fine.
I should, like, it was just like that one day that I was watching the news with them. I just remember them interviewing the people from the
Okay.
apartment complex, saying, like, if they heard something
Right.
or,
Nothing else comes to mind in terms of the case?
mm-mm.
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Good afternoon. At all nervous being here?
I mean, yeah, a little bit.
All right. It's actually more friendly and less formal than you might think, so just take a breath, relax a little bit. We're just going to talk for a few minutes, okay?
Okay.
Do you know even why we're talking to you at this stage? It's really just to find out what you know about the case before you come in. We call it pretrial publicity. Just trying to find out what you know, because it's certainly okay to know stuff about the case.
Mm-hmm.
We just need to know what you know so that we can talk about it, sort of get it out on the table.
Yeah.
So that's what my questions are going to be talking about. All right?
Okay.
And that's what Mr. De Leon was trying to get to, just to see if you had particular focus of anything. And you mentioned, for example, that you've seen some pictures.
Mm-hmm.
I want you to sort of think back. It sounds like it was about a year or so back. Okay. Just try and think back and tell me what the pictures were of.
Like with Trayvon, I remember just pictures of him, like saying, I'm trying to remember, just like family saying he was a good kid and stuff like that. And I remember just seeing his face on TV.
Let's talk about the pictures of Trayvon Martin for a minute. Do you remember how many of them you saw?
It was just a few, like 3 or 4.
And that was on TV or?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yeah.
Do you recall whether or not any of that was on the internet?
I think like one, because you know how like on Facebook they have like the little pop-up ads. I think there was like one about it. It was just like with the news.
Okay. And do you recall what that pop-up was about?
No, I just kept going. I just saw a picture.
Okay. Anything else about those pictures that you believe was notable?
No.
Moving then forward over the past year or so since then, what other pictures have you seen of Trayvon Martin?
None really.
Ever see anything on TV or again internet or on Facebook?
Not really anymore. It was more like when it first happened that I was I guess maybe I have, but I didn't really pay attention to it because it's just when it first happened and I heard what happened that I noticed it.
What was it that you first heard happen?
Just that there was a shooting and it was kind of, I guess, like a racial thing.
Okay. Tell me more about what you heard about it being a racial thing.
Just because, because the family when they were talking about it, just because since he is black, I guess that was basically it.
Okay. Did you form any impression having heard from the family? Am I saying it right if I say to you that the family thought it was a racial thing? Is that what you're saying to me?
Yeah, I
Okay.
guess so.
Did you form any impression from the belief that the family thought it was a racial thing?
Not really. Just a lot of people still think like there's a lot of race stuff, I guess, still going on. But I have like a brother he's black, so I don't really see the difference.
So you didn't see it as much as a racial thing back then?
I mean, I don't know anything that happened, but.
Okay. Having heard that from the family, though, did that give you any impression or any opinion that it was race-based or a racial event?
Not really. Just, I mean, even people, if you like call someone black, just people automatically will think it's racism sometimes. So.
Simply by noticing a person's race might suggest that you're being racist?
Mm-hmm.
Based upon any of the information from the media, do you believe now that George acted in a racist way?
I mean, I don't really know.
Okay. And I'm not asking as much for your personal opinion of that. That's not what we're looking for. But based upon the media or whatever exposure you've had, since we're talking about the impact of race, it might play some part in people's perspective of this, whether or not, because of your exposure to that, if you have any opinion concerning whether or not George acted in a racial or racist way.
Objection, Your Honor. Been asked and answered.
Just as
I don't think
may
she.
answer the question.
Thank you.
I mean, I don't really have an opinion because I don't really know what happened or the circumstance, so it's kind of hard to say what I feel from the media, especially since I didn't really pay attention that much to it. Just
Okay.
like 2 times that I saw it.
Sounds good. And I was a bit informal a moment ago. I just want to be clear when we're talking about Trayvon Martin and George Zimmerman.
Mm-hmm.
We'll use those names. Is that okay?
Yeah.
You said that you had seen a picture of George Zimmerman as well.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me what you remember of that.
It was just like a picture of his face.
Okay. Can you describe it?
He was just sitting there and I didn't really have an expression on his face. I don't know.
Okay. Did it seem to be sort of a casual family photograph or more of a business photograph or anything, any category you can tell me of?
I guess business. It was just his face.
Okay. Anything else that you remember about that photograph?
Mm-hmm.
Since that point until today, when you may have seen him down at the jury room, probably on Monday, had you ever seen George Zimmerman or seen pictures of him in between those 2 times? The first time you saw a picture and Monday?
No, just if it would, like, just the few times I saw in the news when it first happened. So, like, he looked familiar when he walked in and then it kind of clicked.
Okay. Did seeing him Monday bring back any other memories of other times you had seen him either on TV or pictures of him on TV or on the internet?
No.
And tell me a bit more about what, if any, interaction you had with friends of yours regarding this case?
It was just at work. It got brought up. Oh, did you hear what happened? Did you see on the news last night? Just kind of casually. Oh yeah, I saw that.
Tell me if any opinions or comments that friends of yours made to you about this case.
Honestly, I haven't really talked that much to friends. Just acknowledging that we heard what happened.
Okay. Did any of those friends of yours seem to have a perspective favorable to one side or the other?
Yeah. It was diverse. Like at one job, they were talking about it, and I mean,
Tell me,
everyone has different opinions.
sure. Tell me which side of the fence, we'll call it, that those opinions were on.
It was like kind of split down the middle with people that, I mean, I didn't talk to that many people about it, but the few that were talking about it around me, it was kind of like back and forth.
Okay. And tell me the different arguments, like when we say one side of the fence or the other, decide or define both sides of the fence for me.
Like, oh, he looks like a nice guy. He probably was just this. And this
He
person,
being, I'm sorry.
George Zimmerman, sorry.
Okay.
And that's basically it. Just based on looks and stuff, people were saying.
Okay. If you serve as a juror on the case, the judge will instruct you that whatever you might remember from Facebook or the media, papers, friends, comments, or anything else that might even come to your mind has to be left outside the courtroom, and that you can only make your decision upon what you hear in this courtroom from the witness stand or by looking at evidence. Would you have any concern being able to keep whatever you heard before about this case outside of the courtroom?
No.
You think you have any problem doing that?
No.
Question, I guess, is has the media influence on you caused you to form an opinion strong enough where if you were to have it, you couldn't set it aside?
Yeah, no, I don't really have one.
Okay. And if something does come to mind, since we won't have this conversation again, if something comes to mind, can you assure us that you're not going to allow anything that you heard outside the courtroom to affect your ability to decide on the facts of the case?
Yes.
And if some other juror were to suggest information from outside the courtroom, how would you address that?
Probably just not pay attention, kind of block it out, I guess.
Okay. Just 1 minute, if I might. And if I were to ask you to quantify, with the agreement, I'm not going to ask you about them individually, but just quantify how many times you've heard about this case or talked to other people about it since the first time you did, what type of an estimate would you give me?
Like 3 or 4, maybe times.
3 or 4 times?
Yeah.
Okay. Seems low, but that's about the only times you've heard about this.
I'm trying to think. It was so. I just
It's
remember.
not a challenge,
like,
I'm just curious.
just from the news and then work and a friend. So.
Okay. Thanks for your time, I appreciate it. Thank you.
You'll just stay seated for a moment and council approach when you're ready. Susan.
Your Honor, this is E28.
Please be seated. Good afternoon. We're going to refer to you as juror E28, and the attorneys are going to ask you questions about your answers to the questionnaire you filled out on Monday morning, and we're going to begin with Mr. De La Ronda.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
You obviously remember filling out the
Yes, I
questionnaire.
do.
Okay, we're going
Yeah.
to ask you some questions about
Okay.
the publicity aspect of it. From what I can read here, you said that you got the source of your information was from the news,
Yes,
and there, you understand, as best you can recall in terms of what you heard, that there was an altercation between Trayvon Martin, between them and Trayvon Martin was shot and killed.
yes.
Okay. In terms of the news that you would have had this exposure from, was it local news or national news?
Local news,
Okay. Do you recall what TV station?
no.
Okay. Was it at the time, about the time that it occurred back in February of last
Yes.
year, or was it more recently?
Back in February.
And how about the newspaper at all, just the media,
No.
the TV station itself?
Quite honestly, I don't read the newspaper.
Okay. Did you do any on the internet research
No.
or review, or do you partake in Facebook and all those
No,
other
I
type
do
of-
not, very old school, I do not have a Facebook.
Okay. So you didn't go on Google and research the case
No, sir,
at
I
all?
did not.
Okay. Now let's talk about the TV exposure that you would have been, or the TV accounts of what happened that you would have been exposed to. You mentioned around the time it happened. Did you see it any other time other than back in February or March of last year?
Not that I can remember.
Okay. Are you a regular TV watcher in terms of the news, like the evening news or morning news?
No, not so much the news, because I work
Okay.
odd hours, and
Okay.
I don't usually have time to watch
Okay.
the news.
So your exposure would have been very limited in
Yes.
terms of what you recall. Based on that limited exposure on the news TV station, what do you recall hearing or seeing on TV about the case?
Just what I stated. That
That's
there
it?
was- Yes.
Okay.
yes.
Do you recall looking at any photographs or
No.
listening to anything that about the case?
No,
other
I
than
did not.
information?
No, I did not.
You got the subpoena, the
Yes.
summons to come to court
Yes.
about 3 or 4 weeks ago. Did you think, oh, let me see what cases are going on? Did that pique your interest in terms of?
It just so happened that that afternoon my daughter had watched TV and said, oh, they're sending out jury summons for the George Zimmerman case. And lo and behold, my husband goes out and gets the mail, and there's my summons.
It was your lucky day.
It was, yes.
Okay. Based on that, did you then start looking at the case
No,
to see what had kept up?
No, I did not.
And
Purposely did not.
Okay, you on purpose, and obviously
Yes.
you have followed the judge's admonitions about not
Yes.
reading anything. What I wanted to know from you is, Monday morning you filled out the questionnaire, you listened to the judge's admonitions about not reading or watching anything or talking to anybody about the
Yes.
case. But did you internally go back and say, oh, is there anything else that I forgot to mention in this questionnaire that maybe I should have? Is anything came to mind in terms of?
No.
Okay. And I gather, and based on your response here to the questionnaire, you did not form opinions
No, I
in
have
the case as
not.
to the guilt or innocence of the defendant.
No, I
Is that
honestly
correct?
have not. That's
Okay.
correct.
So you can agree to keep an open mind and make a decision only on what happens in the courtroom?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Now, sometimes when jurors are picked, they sit there and listen to all the evidence, and then they seem to remember something else that they may have seen on TV or had some comments from people, and which is normal. I'll wait a second. Sorry. And sometimes you'll remember things that were in the news that you had forgotten about. My question is, if that were to occur, you were picked as a juror and you listened to the evidence, and I'm going to bring up something that's not related to this case because we can't talk about the facts.
Certainly.
Let's say that it was crucial in terms of what kind of car was out there in the case, and the witness testified it was a blue car, and then you remember on the news hearing that it was a red car. You understand that you can't rely on what you heard on the news.
Yes.
You have to rely on what happened.
Yes.
Okay. Any
Exactly.
question about that at all?
No, sir.
Okay. And finally, ma'am, did you have any discussions with anybody, family members or friends about the case?
No, I have not
That they
purposely.
would tell you, I'm talking about not recently, I'm talking about the back.
Oh, no. No.
Nobody talked to you about the case or what was going on? Okay. Anything else related to the case that you can think of now that you that you may have heard from family, friends, or the media that you think would be important for us to know at this time so that we could question you about it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, if I could have a moment, Your Honor. Any specific evidence that you recall watching on TV about the case? You know, photographs, anything else regarding the case? Nothing?
Nothing.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Romero, or Mr. West, sorry.
Yes, thank you, Judge.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You've made it near the end of the day. Day 3 for
Three,
you?
yes, day 3.
Okay. Was there any time over the last 14, 15 months where you paid more attention to the news than others? If you work odd hours, which means...
Yes, I do. I work 7 in the morning to 5 in the afternoon.
Uh-huh.
And then I usually go to the gym for an hour or so after. So I watch a lot of Law and Order and shows like that, but I usually don't watch the news much. I hear it a little bit in the morning when I get up and drive to work. But
Do you work at the same place every day?
Yes.
Mhm.
Yes.
I was going to ask you about the commute, if you listen to the radio.
Yes, I do.
Both ways?
Yes.
And about how long's the commute?
About 15, 20 minutes.
What kinds of stations do you listen to?
Well, we listen to, my husband drives me to work, I listen to usually WDBO until 6, and then his sports station comes on after
I see you
that.
don't control the radio?
Yes.
So WDBO
Yes.
until 6 a.m.
Yes.
And how long is that?
Probably to WDBO maybe 10 minutes, and then probably 10 minutes of, so it's pretty equal.
And then shifts over to a sports program?
Yes.
Is it a talk?
Yes, it's that, the guy who does the writing for the Sentinel, Mike Bianchi, I think it is Mike, yeah. Yes.
So it doesn't sound like you have a lot of time going to work anyway to hear about this or any other case.
No.
Do you remember anything you've heard on the radio about this case?
Nothing in particular.
Does your husband chauffeur you home as well?
No, I ride home with a friend of mine, and she listens to music, so she doesn't listen to anything.
So there's even less
Yes.
news on
Yes.
the way home. And I understand you say your routine is such that you don't go home and watch the news
No,
specifically.
I do not.
Do you ever read the newspaper at work in a break?
No, we don't get the newspaper anymore at work, so I don't have any occasion, other than the Sunday newspaper, and that's usually for the ads. I get that
Right.
occasionally, but that's, I do not read the newspaper.
How about you work in the ER?
OR.
OR.
Operating room, yes.
Yes. Do you ever have downtime where you'd sit around, talk with coworkers about current events and such?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember if this case has ever been the subject of a conversation?
Not really. I don't remember anything, no.
Is there anything in your mind that sticks out or stands out about this case? Any fact or image or question that you have about what happened?
No.
When you got the summons, 4 weeks ago?
Yes.
And you realized,
Yes.
was it, oh no, or oh
No, it was
great?
like, oh, how interesting. It was pretty much, oh, great, yeah.
Uh-huh.
I was excited about it.
And as a result of that, did you talk with, I think you said one child?
I have two.
Two children.
They are 20, almost 27 and 23.
Mhm.
No, they were just kidding me about it, but that was all. It was nothing. No, we didn't
You didn't say
speak
what's,
of any of the facts or anything. No.
you didn't say what's that case? And they
No.
proceed to tell you
No,
what they knew?
no. We all knew what it was.
And your husband, did he
Yes.
talk with you about anything he'd heard about the case?
No, he did not.
Offer any opinions
No,
about
he
whether
did
he
not.
thought Mr. Zimmerman was guilty or not?
No, he did not.
Offer any opinions as to who started whatever happened?
No.
Is there anything that you've learned in the news about, that's been described, about the events of February 26th, that you're wondering about if they're true or not?
No.
Have you heard any recordings or parts of any recordings connected with the case?
I don't remember. I don't believe so. Since we've been told not to listen, I think one was trying to come on the radio and I turned the radio off. So I wouldn't hear the tape recording, so I didn't listen to it.
Are you talking about just since Monday?
Yes, yes.
I see.
Yes.
And before
since-
Monday,
no,
were
I
you
did
aware
not.
of any
I knew there was a recording, but I had not heard it.
had you heard any news about what the recording may have pertained
No.
to, any such thing?
No.
Have you been exposed to any discussion of the case at church or any social organization you may
No.
belong to?
No.
Are you aware of any decisions the court may have made in the case?
No, I have not.
Have you heard anything good or bad about Mr. Zimmerman?
No, I haven't.
The purpose of this part is pretty limited just to what you've heard and talked about. So there may be other matters that we'll talk about at another time, but is there anything else about the publicity, the media discussion that you can remember about the facts of the case, or anything that caught your attention that made you have an impression about one way or another?
That's fine.
And we're about at the end of the day as well. Since you've been here, what, 3 days now, have you heard any of the other jurors talking about the case?
No.
And you haven't had any
No, I have
conversations
not.
with anybody
No.
else? Okay. Let me have just one moment.
Sure.
One minor thing. Well, I'm sure you've heard that before in the OR. Just one minor.
Yes, one more minute, yes.
Just a surgery, whether it's minor or major,
Mhm.
depends on who's having it.
It's always minor. I mean, it's always major, especially if it's yours.
Exactly right. So, one of the questions deals with the category of hardship.
Yes.
I know you work a lot, and if you were on the jury, you may not be able to work at all for 4 to 6 weeks, ballpark. Would that cause particular distress or concern?
No, it would not. It would not.
Your children are plenty
Oh,
old
they're
enough
plenty
to-
old enough. Unfortunately, they still live at home, but yes, they can fend for themselves, yes.
You may need the vacation.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Before we move here for just one moment, and council will approach when you're ready. Okay, juror Okay, court is going to be in recess until 9 a.m.